Oh, Jesus, what's going on there? Fuck it, what do you mean not optimal? It's the same as it was before, you turd. Right, anybody there? Anybody there? Hello? Anybody watching? Right, anybody there? Come in, come in. Right, okay, there we go. Pop out chat. Shift you over there. Right, let's hope that the establishment stop trying to fucking shut me down. Anyway, hi folks, how you all doing? Cool, I can see the comments now. For some reason, I had to close the comments and reopen them again. But anyway, we're not dropping any frames now, and it's staying in the green, which seems, well, which is always good. So there we go. Let's bring this back over here so you can hear me a bit more. Oh, right. So anyway, if you can hear me. What I was saying was I put a video out the other day, okay, of me and Marty Blagborough in Liverpool. Now, I had a lot of hate in the comments from people, which I can take it. I've been on here long enough now not to let people's opinions get to me. Okay, I understand that some people are of similar opinions, may not be the same, but similar opinions, and other people haven't, and that's fine. But for when people go on to somebody's comments on their videos and start making threats, and start what's the word, being libelous in comments, it becomes a bit more than just trolling. So there's a few people that have been jumping in the comments. One in particular seems to, he told me he's got a friend in the DWP and a friend in Inland Revenue. I doubt very much he's got any friends, to be honest, seeing as he's got the time to watch people's videos that he doesn't like and spend his time commenting on them. I mean, that doesn't sound to me like somebody that's got many friends. But when you start making accusations and start making threats, it becomes more than a bit of, a bit of banter and a bit of piss taking. So what I want to do is, I've got absolutely no doubt at all that these people are watching this live stream in the background somewhere. Probably hit the thumbs down button, which is fine. But I'll be opening a phone line shortly, So I want some of these people that have got stuff to say to me in the comments to come and say it to me on the phone. I've got nothing to hide from people. Do you know what I mean? So if you've got something you want to say to me, at least have the bollocks to say it to me rather than in a comment. Okay? Yeah, no, the stream should come back. Oh, goodness me. Okay, some of you may be watching from the beginning of the stream when it was buffering, rather than coming onto the stream where it is now several minutes in. So you may be watching it from the beginning when it was buffering. So if you see any of those comments in the comment section, that's probably what it is. They're probably watching from the beginning of the stream, rather than watching it now. I've not dropped any frames, so I shouldn't be having any issues. But yeah, anyway, so my offer is that anybody that's got something to say to me, that's man enough to say it in the comments, is to give me a ring once I open the phone lines, and you know, at least have the bollocks to say it to me. All right, I know that, and you know, for people that didn't like the video, and I get it. Do you know what I mean? Not every video that we do is going to be liked by everybody. Okay, that's life. Okay, it's life. Not every video. I mean, I don't often go out and do videos. Okay, but some videos where people go out and film are going to be boring because there's no interaction, and that is part and parcel of what's, you know, of what we do, of what people on here do. You go out. It's a live situation. It's not like a lot of these channels. It's not like a lot of these channels that will plan and script and produce and direct, you know, and they make, you know, something goes wrong, so they'll erase that and they'll redo it. It's not like that. It's all live. It all happens live. Nobody can say what is going to happen, whether anything at all is going to happen. And when we went out on Monday, nothing really happened. I get it, but we spent hours filming. I told you I was going to go out filming, so therefore I put it on the channel. Okay, whether you like it or not, it's going on the channel. End of. Okay, my fucking channel. If you don't like something, don't watch it. I even put at the end of that video, about 60 seconds or so, I spoke and I said, you know, not everybody would have liked this video, and a lot of people, they skip through till they see a bit that looks interesting and then they'll play it from there. Lost Souls Paranormal is the only person out of nearly 2,000 people that have watched that video since Monday that caught what I said to the security guard in the jewellers. Nobody else has. Therefore, I know for a fact people are skipping through for bits that are that look interesting. But as I say, unfortunately, not everybody, not every video is going to be full of fucking laughs and arguments and God knows what else. So, again, I want to know. Or not want to know, I want to put out there that if any of my haters are watching, and you're getting boring now, by the way, you're saying the same shit that was that I've had for years, but if any of my haters are out there watching, do me a favour, come on. You think you can slag me off, you think you can take me down with your witty banter and all the rest of it, come on a phone call and we'll do it in there. Do you know what I mean? I ain't asked. Hang on. We're not taking call. We're not taking calls yet. Wait till it's on the screen. Yeah, so I'm just looking through some of the comments here. Yeah, as I say, it's. I'll put up on the channel what I want to put up on the channel. If somebody doesn't like it, they don't like it, they don't watch it. I mean, I'll tell you what, you've got to be some absolute sad sack motherfucker to watch something from somebody you don't like and then comment on it. I've never done that. I've never ever commented on a video that I don't like. I'll watch a bit of it. If it doesn't grab me attention, I'll fuck off and go and watch something else. I mean, it's not difficult, is it? You know, you really are showing yourselves up to be, you know, top of the class, retarded, special bus type. And, you know, as I say, it's all very well in the comments because it gives you time to think. You know, when somebody responds to you, it gives you time to think and to talk to your other trolls. You talk to your other troll mates and go, oh, you know, slagging people off, and then you'll come back and then you'll give your response once you've spoken to your mates. Well, let's see how you do on a live phone call, shall we? Let's see what you've got to say. Hiya Tina, I just saw your message pop up there. But as I say, I fucking forgotten now. Yeah, I put it up because we'd filmed it, and that's it. I was hoping it would be better. It wasn't, but I'd done it, I'd filmed it, spent the time filming it, spent the time editing it, so it goes on the fucking channel, as I say. Do your own content. You don't need to collab with anyone. Your content is great as is. And I appreciate that, Magnetic Explores. Genuinely appreciate that. It was a spur of the moment thing. It wasn't something that we planned for months and you know, and scripted and written out and all the rest of it. We had none of that stuff. It was literally, I made a decision to do something within 3 days or so. And we went out to do it. The people that turn up, by the way, this is another thing that I've been getting loads of grief on. The people that turn up, there's nothing to do with me or Marty that they turn up. They turn up of their own accord. Marty said he was coming to Liverpool on the train. There's only one train station really that he's going to come to when he comes to Liverpool. When I met him at the train station, he said to me, I've had a phone call from one of his friends who said there's people waiting for him. So I was like, oh, right, okay. So we went and met them. I had no idea that we was all going to hang around together. But I would be a complete and utter hypocrite if I told somebody who's in a public place to go away. Do you know what I mean? These people turn up to see, you know, Marty's subscribers, Marty's followers. I think some of them now follow me, but some of them didn't even know who I was. You know, so they turn up to see Marty, yeah, do not say crinkle 3 times, because if you say crinkle 3 times, then he turns up. Especially if you're looking in a mirror and you say it. But yeah, these people turn up, and you know, what kind of a person would I be who argues about people's rights and the rest of it if I turned around and said that people who had the right to be in a public place didn't have the right to be in a public place? I'd be a prick, like my haters. But there you go. What does C stand for in KCTFO? Knocked clean the fuck out. knocked clean the fuck out. I mean, it might have been a better video had somebody just put there, "We love calm pap." Now, it might have been a better video if I wasn't such a calm person. Do you know what I mean? I mean, that woman right at the beginning of the thing who had something to say to me, you know, I could have lost my rag there and made her look a twat, but I didn't, because that's, you know, I'm not that type of a person. But anyway, such is life. Life is what it is, isn't it, at the end of the day? And I didn't know who any of those people were, by the way, Hugh. Absolutely no idea who any of them were when they turned up. But again, as I say, they are perfectly within their right to be there, and to follow us around, you know, so. He was a little bit intoxicated, Groove Ray. I will say that much. He was a bit intoxicated. The big LGBT blocks, as what I was calling them, weren't even that far apart from each other. But I think he was calling to somebody across the street, a subscriber. He was calling across the street, and I don't think he was looking what his feet were doing. And as he's gone to make the gap, his foot's missed the edge, and he's just gone. He's gone down, face down. Caught himself with his cheek. Time out. No one cares about Liverpool. Let's get on to the bent police. Right. Well, again, okay. I was hoping that we would have some kind of interaction. I was hoping that someone would call the police, maybe, to come and ask us what we were doing and have some kind of footage. But again, when you go out and you do live filming, you can't guarantee any kind of reaction. I know some people won't put videos up if they're not very exciting. I do. I put up whatever video I take, I put it up whether it's boring or not. Do you know what I mean? Because that's who I am, you know. Yeah, I think you've seen some of the comments, haven't you, Roger? I'm sure I've seen you comment on one or two of them. I think, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I have. Yeah, so there we go. Anyway, hello, Mark. How you doing, Spence, mate? So I don't even know what the basis of this live stream is today. I just thought I would come on because I'm sitting there bored out of my skull, and I thought, you know what, let's go and have some fun on a phone in for a little while. But you know, as I say, no basis. There's no structure to this live stream. It was just fuck it. Released under investigation, paperwork, July 2021. Still heard nothing. Advice, please. Mel, I can't. I think. Did you send a message somewhere else? Have you sent a message somewhere else? I'd need to know all of the ins and outs in order to make a comment on that. And I'm not going to be able to do that while I'm on a live stream. How you doing, Gabby? What do you think about the court cases? Which court cases, Purple Carnations? Excuse me. I've eaten too many Pringles today. I haven't, no, at the moment. If something pops up on my feeds on one of my social media, then I'll take a look at it. But until I'm back in a position to start putting videos out on a proper basis, I'm not actively looking for stories at the moment. So I might miss some stuff. I'm on top chat again. Let's go back to live chat. Yeah, once I'm ready, Tina, if you're still watching this, I do know that you've sent some messages and stuff on Skype. I'm not going to be able to look at it at the moment, though, but I will look at it very shortly. Do you know what, Paul? I'm jealous of a lot of people on YouTube, and that's truth. Truth is, there's a lot of people on YouTube that have, their channel has grown massively in such a short amount of time. Their channel could be construed as their full-time job and with an income. I'm a long way from that. And although the channel, grew quickly to start with, it slowed right down, and I've not seen a growth of subscribers for a long time now, and part of that is because I've not been on for about a year. Lost Souls Paranormal, it's with my logo. Is there two on? There shouldn't be two on there. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's only one with my logo. Is that? Well, I'm looking. I can only see one with my logo. Yeah, I'm good, Spence, thank you. Nice to meet you the other day as well, by the way, son. If you're not sure if it's me, I have set the sort of, you can put like a what's it called? Oh, fucking hell, what's it called? I can't remember. Let me have a look at on the other phone. No, even now, I'm seeing just one me with my logo. If you're not sure, send a message. Send a message. If your message comes through and says, "Is that you?" I'll say, "Yeah, it's me." My username is Dan Pap, DANPAP. Thank you, Mickey Mouse. Ted's Lives Matter. I should get them back on screen soon, shouldn't I? Really? I will do. We've got this one. He sits with me. I'm hoping at some point in the very near future, time out, to get back to doing the daily reports as well, and gathering information that people may not have heard of yet. So I hope to be doing that again as soon as possible. Again, it's it's hard work, is what it is. So it's a case of trying to figure out how best to do it whilst recovering still. Hello, Margaret. Changed your name. I know it's you. Hiya, Cobra Guy. All right, I'm going to open the lines up very soon because I'm not drinking alcohol tonight, so the chances are I'm going to get tired relatively quickly. For some reason, the alcohol numbs the tiredness, and I can go longer without feeling so tired. Here we go. Yawn already. Jesus. So yeah. So we'll open the lines shortly anyway and get some calls going. Hiya, Kaz. Hope you're well. Hello, Tommy. Keith Thomas. Belfield swanned off to America. But hang on, is that what you're saying? Belfield has swanned off to America. I couldn't say whether that's true or not, Mel, about courts and judges being retrained in common law. It's something they should be trained in from the very beginning. However, they don't like common law, do they? Because it's for our protection, not theirs. That's why all these other legislations and everything else has been made up, to give them more powers over us. So I'm not 100% sure, but I doubt they're going to be retrained in it. To be fair, it's not something that they want to have to worry about, is it? Belfield in a couple of days as he's at hotel. Don't you have to be jabbed to go to America? Haven't you got to be jabbed to go to America? Oh, he is jabbed. Okay. Okay, well, I don't really watch him, to be honest. Not that much. Has he given a reason why he got the jab? Because for somebody who's fighting for people's rights allegedly, and I'm sure he's done some pieces on the vaccine on his channel. Well, he's looking after his relative. I'm sure there was a clause, if I remember rightly. I'm sure there was a clause with regards to like travelling to see relatives and stuff like that. But I'll have to try and look into that anyway. If he came out against it, he would be deplatformed. Well, look, personally, I'm against it for myself. Okay, whatever anyone else wants to do, they do. Entirely down to them. I do think though that if somebody is how can I put it? If somebody portrays themselves as a certain way, and then does something that is the opposite to what they say or to what they portray themselves, I think it's a bit wank. I wouldn't get jabbed just to go on holiday myself. There's plenty of places to go here, and eventually the travel companies will lose so much money that they will have to rethink. They will have to rethink and say, well, we can't fucking we can't keep not allowing these people to travel because it's costing us millions of pounds. So anyway, all pro-choice, exactly. Anti-vax is just the name that they've been put on us to make us look bad. Anti-anything conjures up visions of bad people, doesn't it? Do you know? Well, in my opinion, hold on, caller. I'll be opening in just a couple of minutes. Fucking hell, no. Yeah, in my opinion, they've not really done what they're supposed to do, have they? Which is why we've had a second and a third and a booster and fuck knows what else. It's like, oh look, we keep pumping this stuff into you, and eventually it's got to work. That's like, it's like taking I don't know, it's like taking heroin, not getting a very good hit off the first lot. Go, fuck it. If I keep shoving this stuff in my arm, eventually I'll have a fucking wicked high. What happens? But such is life. Anyway, fucking lighter. Okay. Let's do. Oh no! Get that status active. That with that, and okay. So we're gonna open the phone lines for a bit. We'll see how we get on, and then. Oh right, here we go. First one. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Oh, at last.
Hello?
Danny, what are you doing?
Who's that?
God bless the UK.
Hello, mate. You all right? Sorry, guys. It's fucking hard to remember people's...
I know you and you want the haters to call in. I'm a hater right now.
Yeah, go on.
I'm a hater because what are you doing apologising for yourself?
I'm not apologising.
You are. Listen, you came in earlier on as if to explain yourself. You have nothing to explain yourself for. Listen, don't pull your pants down. I ain't blowing up there. But me and you, I've been with you quite a while now. And come on, really. Look, listen, I haven't got my own channel. I just moderate quite a few channels, and I get people trying to clone me or try and intimidate me and all this bollocks, right?
Yeah.
Because we are kind of the people that have the common sense in life. We look at things, we say, you and I and other people on here.
Yeah.
that I can see right now in the chat log. We kind of like birds of a feather. We flock together. What are you doing? Apologising for yourself, please. Look, I've had a drink. I cannot drive up to Liverpool right now and give you a good slap on the arse. It will cost you as well, by the way, €25. Oh, come on, Dan, sort it out. Look, listen, mate, you're a good geezer. And when I come to your channel, it's like detoxing myself with all the bullshit that goes on in the world.
Honestly,
not just with you, with the chat log as well. And people that call in.
It's not about apologising. I want to get these people to come and speak to me. Okay, I don't want them to put fucking comments in the comment section and hide behind a faceless profile. If these people have got something to say, then come and say it to me. Do you know what I mean? That's what I want.
And that's me calling twice earlier on. You know that.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah, I just it's just, you're not drinking. I am drinking, and it gets to a point towards the end of the evening that I have to go back in a minute because I've got Mrs. and 5 kids, and they
right.
Come in, you got to food. And I want to just get my word in before I get to talking like a dickhead that's drunk.
Right.
But Dan, come on, just get a grip, mate. Look, I know you've had a few ups and downs lately and stuff like that, but listen, you got such a good following. Like that time when you went off the air for a little while, look how many people were saying, where are you, and texting you, and other channels, even even tonight, just before you came on, the real North Media.
Right.
Yeah, he was saying about you, and everyone was saying, yeah, what a top geezer and everything that you are. So don't take it to heart. They're just haters. You get trolled. That's what
I know. Look, listen. when I first started on here, right, after about 7 or 8 months, I started getting some hate, and that was the first time I'd experienced it, and I was going to come off because of it. When I spoke to Current Climate, who used to have a channel, and he said to me, he talked me out of it, basically. Okay, so I came back. Now, I can deal with almost all of the shit that I get from people, and in most cases I give it back to them. Okay, if you see me comments and stuff to people that have you know, and I'll pin the occasional wanker that gives me grief. I'll pin their comments so people see it, and I'll give them just as good as I get. Okay, my main thing today is that somebody is being libelous, saying things in the comments, written words that is untrue, and making threats against me. Now, I don't give two shits really what that person thinks of me. What gets me is that people that don't like me, they don't like me because of my content. They don't like me. They don't know me to dislike me. They don't like me because of my content. Now, what sort of fucking knobhead doesn't like somebody's content? It's like not liking somebody's house and going to the council and grassing them up for all sorts of stuff. You don't do that. Just you don't know the person, just because you don't like the look of their house or their car, you're going to go and grass them up. And this is what's happening at the moment. I'm getting a lot of this with people that don't know me and making threats to do things. Okay, which I don't give a shit about because I'm all fucking above board anyway. But it's putting it out there in the public domain, making threats, calling me, saying that I'm committing fraud and all sorts of stuff like that, which is all libelous. But I want these people to actually come and say it to me rather than type it out.
Get a little bit more thick skin. Get a little bit. I mean, I wish you was alive with Jamie right now. And you know where I'm coming from with that? Because look, the trouble is not trouble with you. The good thing about you is you're like more like us, the general population. Okay, you're a very caring. It's hard to say this because we're going to end up married. But I am married, by the way.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something. You either need a lot of money or a massive cock.
How about both? No, I haven't got both.
Nobody's that.
One of those two.
Nobody's that lucky.
But listen, look, at the end of the day, right, you got to be a bit more thick-skinned. Because listen, no matter in some respects, you have to think to yourself, yeah, I'm doing a good job because you're rowing up some people. You know, when you get these views, I moderate quite a few channels of all these different types of people that are more like us. And when you're getting attacked, it just goes to show that you're doing a good job. But the people that you're rowing up are lefties. You know, now we've got these things now in the chat log. Was it porn bombing? Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a new one, isn't it? It's just trying to take your channel down.
Is that, I've heard of it. Let me just ask you, is that where people are putting links in the chat, or is it where people are coming on video and doing it?
Right, the porn bombing is where people are coming in on chat and they're doing some sexual thing, and then you've got this other thing where they're putting links into a like a Pornhub, not Pornhub. Pornhub's okay, it's quite healthy. So, don't tell my wife I said that. But you've got these people that are coming in and putting in like links to like a porn channel,
right?
And you click on it and blah blah blah. I don't know what that's all about. It's a new thing. I'm trying to work it out. There's so many things out there that you know when you're moderating on channels, you have to be very very sharp. Like if I said to you 14, do you know what that means?
If you said what? Sorry.
If I said to you 14 on the chat log, do you know what that means? If I type in 14.
No, I don't, to be honest.
No. And do you know what that links to? A far-right white supremacist channel. And you wouldn't believe that. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So you have to be right on key all the time. And that's, look, we're diversifying. What I'm trying to say to you is this, that, you know, you're gonna get these odd one or two twisted, weird people that try to come in. They do it as a profession. You know, the Voice of Wales. Remember the Voice of Wales, Dan and Stan?
Yeah.
Right, so I was moderating this channel when they had a YouTube channel. And me and a couple other guys, there's one other one, and find out from these other lefty, he infiltrates these other lefty YouTube channels and chat logs, and he knows by looking and watching them, thinking that he's one of them, that they're about to come in to the Voice of Wales and try to close the Voice of Wales channel down. And look what happens.
Right.
You know, so it's very hard. But what you should do is, my advice to you is just keep a backup channel like Discord or Getar. You know,
GETTER, I think isn't it?
Yeah. Just try and keep those ones there, because YouTube police are just real Nazi, Gestapo kind of lefty, far left idiots that will try to stop people like us conveying a message. You know, internet is an amazing thing, because there's people out there like you and me, say like we're just normal geezers at home on our own, we've fallen out all our friends about, you know, remain, leave, wear a mask, don't wear a mask, have the jib jab, don't have the jib jab, and the thing is, right, I've fallen out with quite a few of my friends that I've known for years over this.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for the fact that I was a bit more savvy with the internet, coming to channels like this right now, I'd feel quite alone. And I've come across people that, you know, have thanked people like yourself, YouTubers, for having channels like this, because they thought they was on their own.
Yeah.
They felt isolated. So never let that feeling go. You're doing a service to humanity as a whole, to let us all know that we're not on our own. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, got you. Yeah, understood.
All right, good. That's what I'm saying. So, listen, I'm not going to drive up to Liverpool to give you a slap at the arse and say, yeah, don't listen to this shit. Just carry on what you're doing. You're doing a good job. Look at the chat log. Right, if I said to everybody in the chat log now, press 1, that Dan is a top man and doing a good job. Do it now. How many people are going to press 1? Give it a bit of a delay.
You wait. Some of them are going to put a 2 in there. Lucifer, I thought you was going to put a 2.
Look at it.
I know.
Look,
I was expecting Lucifer to put a 2 in there because he's a funny fucker.
But here we go. I'll do one as well. Listen, just carry on what you're doing. You're doing a good job. Don't let the other arseholes try and stray you, because when you're letting them do that and you're getting upset about it, they're winning.
Yeah, man.
I don't know where 3 comes from, though, and 777. But listen, I'm going to let you go because I've had a few drinks. I don't want to make a complete and utter tool of myself. So I just wanted to just relay that message on to you because you're doing a good job. Carry on. Don't stop. You've got 1 billion support behind you. That's it. Have a good evening.
All right, my man. You too.
You take care, Dan. See you later, mate. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
I don't know if you remember me, Dean Minister from back
Hello,
in the
mate.
day.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, mate.
Good stuff.
That was me who commented on, you two were playing big games. Roger will tell you all about it, sure, Rock Dog. But, yeah, I just want to ring to say hello and just to let you know that is me who's commenting, and I don't want you to think that that's someone
right, mate.
giving those details that you know what I mean.
No, it's all good. I to be honest, I think Graham's. I think I've got an email from Graham mentioning that you changed your name, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think I've got an email mentioning that from Graham.
Yeah. That's kind of hard because once I've fucked around with you, you are like a backdrop, like a scenery, and all those like Molly and all those that used to comment and how you doing and all that when they with the old community and all that, they you have to change your name and then you're like a leper. You know what I mean? And so you feel sort of lost and left out, and when the community meant so much to you, as it did and still does to me, that's why I still hang on to Roger.
Yeah.
And Graham, that looking, that sort of plays on your mind a bit, and when your head's in 7 different places at one time, that it don't help.
No.
So that's all I want to say, mate. I ain't gonna take up more of your time. Hello, all you people out there, all you who know me and I know you, and bloody blah. So take care of yourself, and that's so fucking nice to see you looking well, mate.
Thank you.
Is.
Thank you. It's nice to hear from you as well.
Yeah, and you, mate, and you. All right, I'll let you get on, let you speak to some more lovely people, all right?
No worries. You take care.
Yeah, take care of you,
right,
man.
Goodbye. Bye. Alf, I'm not sure, I don't know if you've emailed me or not. I need to go through my emails. I've got quite a few. But don't forget, drop me your email at some point with a phone number. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
All right, I just paused the video.
Hello, mate.
Dan.
How are you?
Okay, thanks.
Jolly good.
Are you? What's it going to see my brother's body tomorrow at the where they keep it like?
Oh, you finally get to go.
Yeah. This says my sister's asked them at the I forget the name, the Undertakers.
Yeah.
And it says I've got to wear a mask to see my brother.
Why?
I don't know.
What do they think you're gonna?
It's private place, like.
Or do they think you're gonna pass something on to him? No offence, obviously, but
yeah.
I mean, how ridiculous! It's not like you're going to be in a room full of people.
No, there's only me and my sister. You can only have 2 at a time.
Wow.
Yeah, and they says, of course, it's a private place, like. They says I've got to wear a mask for half an hour, like.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, if when something as serious as the reason you need to go there, obviously you've got to do what you've got to do. at the end of the day, and I understand that, and I get that, and I respect you for it. You know, I don't mock people if they've got to wear a mask. I don't mock people if they've got to have a jab. I mean, on Monday I was taking the piss a little bit, but that was part of the video. That wasn't, you know, that's not how I feel towards people. Excuse me. So if you fought your corner and they won't budge on it, and at the end of the day you need to go and see your brother to say your goodbyes, etc., don't you? So so if that's what you got to do, unfortunately, that's what you're gonna have to do.
My sister tell them I had an exempt card, but you know, this says I just got to wear a mask.
Right.
Which I can't understand, really. I says, by law, like, you know, you shouldn't have to wear a mask if you've got an exempt card.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd do. And I'm not telling you what you should do. I'm just telling you what I would do. I'd send an email to the company, if it's a company. For example, if it's the co-op, as an example, I'd send an email to the head office, and I would point out the Discrimination Act. I would point out the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Bioethics, Article 6. And someone's ringing me.
Probably criminal.
They're phoning on my phone. I'm sorry if you're trying to call me on my phone. I'm not going to be answering it. So that's what I would do. I would message them. I would point that out. I don't know if the place that you're talking about has what's it called? A head office.
Yeah. It's only a small place, like.
Well, if it's a small place, and you point that out to them, then there's more chance of them being a bit worried.
Yeah.
You know, if I go to a small place, look, you're discriminating against me, you know, and you're also breaching my Article 6 of the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights, and the government advice as well, which is a claim of between £900 and £9,000 if I win. Yeah. You know. But again, I'm not telling you what you should do, and I understand that you may not have another chance to go and see your brother in that respect. So you have to do what you've got to do, based on how you feel. And I feel sorry that you're being discriminated against in that respect. Being so close to going to see his body, you're probably not going to get a response from anybody in time. So you may have to wear one, and then make this point afterwards. You know, if wearing a mask is uncomfortable for you and causes you problems, then you need to write to them afterwards and add that into your letter before action, I would call it.
Yeah, my sister says she was going to pick me one of them, the blue ones they use in the hospitals.
Yeah.
I said I'll just use a material one because of the spray inside them when you buy them.
Well, if they come to you with the blue one, ask them for the box. And then when they get the box, show them on the side of the box, it says not to be, this does not protect you from COVID-19. It says it on the box. You know, so, and then say to them, so what's your point? So if I'm wearing something that doesn't protect me or you from COVID-19, what's the point of fucking wearing it? Yeah. You know?
Because they have to wait. We have to wait from the 6th. My brother passed away on the 6th of December. Then we had to wait for the autopsy. Yeah. And now we're only just going to see him tomorrow. So it's been nearly a month, you know, to do an autopsy and for we to see him. It's a bit of, I think, you know, it's a bit of a bad show, you know what I mean? Yeah. Might be because of the COVID going at what I think, you know, the COVID and that, but I don't know. It seems a long time.
It has taken a long time, as you say, and it's a shock that it's taken as long as it has. I said this to you before. Was it last week when you told me how long?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous the amount of time it's taken. There's absolutely no need for it. It's not like they're all overrun. It's not like the morgues are, without being disrespectful, it's not like they've got bodies piling up in the back room. So why they can't have done this sooner is beyond me. And it's the...
There's no excuse for it.
No, and it's the mental aspect of it as well. As a family member of the person that's passed, you've got a massive mental impact of that as well. But unfortunately, there isn't many people out there that give a shit.
Yeah.
Well, people that have a say on the matter, there isn't many out there that give a shit, which is sickening.
Yeah. Oh, I went for my scan. I had the results yet, but I heard from the cameras. When I had the camera done. But that's a good sign. I think if you hear nothing. But if I don't hear nothing in about a week, I should phone the doctors up and see if he had the results.
Yeah, give him a ring. I mean, as you say, it's no news is good news, as they say.
Yeah.
I mean, I was when I had mine. I think I had I think it was about 2 weeks later. I think I got a call. May have been a little bit longer, but I'm sure it was about 2 weeks or so before I got a call. So as they say, no news, is good news. And as I say, no news is good news until it's bad news. So don't worry about something you don't know anything about.
Yeah.
And then deal with it as and when you find out, if that makes sense, because it stops you worrying unnecessarily.
Yeah, when I had the scan, they put the needle in my arm and they put the fluid in, and then some dye after, so to show up on the scan.
Yeah.
And it hurt, you just felt a bit of breeze on your arm. But when he went out the room and left the needle in, I thought, is he going to come back? And I thought, oi. But it all turned out okay, and I hear nothing, so I think, they'll be all right, and the pain's eased off and that,
I hope you're getting better anyway. I hope it you find a reason for what you're going through, and they're able to treat it. Obviously it's not nice to go through. It's not nice to be not well. So as I say, all I can say is I hope they manage to find what's causing any issues and be able to deal with it.
Yeah, I don't, fancy being messed about with anymore. You know what I mean? It's very nice,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. When I was out today, you see some of the masks on the floor, and you think, well, what they're wearing the masks for when they chuck them on the floor, it's like, so they want to wear the mask because if they think it'll stop the COVID, and then they chuck them on the floor after it, so, they think, it could be spreading it, you know what I mean?
Well, to me, that's almost as bad. If you think about it in the respect that COVID is supposed to be so deadly and unforgiving, but yet people throw their masks on the floor, they touch their masks, and then they touch stuff in the shops and all that stuff. It is as bad when it's on the floor. To me, it's as bad as dog shit.
Yeah.
If that's the case, if it's that bad as people are trying to make out it is, then it's as bad as dog shit. A child falls over in dog shit, they can get very, very ill. These face masks that are contaminated, allegedly, then they should be disposed of properly, and anybody seen disposing of them incorrectly should be fined a lot of money.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about 30 quid. You know, I'm talking about be proportionate. If it's as dangerous as people are saying, then every fucking face mask that's on that people get seen throwing on the floor, then they should be fined £100 minimum.
Yeah, it's like the needles up Grey Bridge by me. When as I walked into past the chemist, there was a needle on the floor.
Yeah.
There was some on the car park, like, you know. We folks have probably been taking drugs and injecting themselves, like, and left the needles lying about.
I've just had a note in the comments there that Princess Angela has asked for your email address.
Yeah.
Now, you've got my email address, haven't you?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, it's entirely up to you, obviously, but if you don't mind, if you chat us, I don't know why she wants to speak to you, but
yeah.
But I'm sure it's because she might be able to help you out in some way.
Yeah.
If you want to chat your email over to me in an email,
yeah.
If you want me to pass it on, and I shall do that for you.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
Right. It just saves you putting your email out on the live stream. That's all, and then getting hassle from some
I
of
think
the
you might
knobs
have
that
had
watch.
my email address before when I bought some pap cards from you.
I may do, but it's to go through emails and try and find a specific one.
Anyway.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I'll send that over for you.
Yeah, I'll send it you through Facebook.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
no problem at all.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll give somebody else a chance now to have the say, like.
All right, mate, no worries.
In other words.
Listen, you look after you. Yeah, you too. Listen, I hope tomorrow goes as well as can.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we're all thinking of you. On the channel, we're all thinking of you.
Yeah.
And let us know how you get on.
I will do.
All right, my friend.
Okay, thanks a lot.
No worries. Take it easy.
Ta-ra a bit, mate. Ta-ra.
Bye bye. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hi, Pap. First of all, thanks for all the good work that you do. I'm a big fan of the channel.
Sal, thank you. Who am I talking to?
Matt from Birmingham.
Matt from Birmingham. Nice one, Matt. Sorry for interrupting you there. Go on, crack on.
No worries. The reason why I'm calling is, have you seen much of them videos with like the little black thread worms in the face mask?
No, I haven't.
So I've seen some of them videos, and I've tried it for myself at home. So like, I had a box of those throwaway face masks.
Right.
And what you do is you boil the kettle, put it in a cup or in a bowl, then you just kind of hold the face mask over the top for about 60 seconds.
Okay.
And then once you do that, if you use a phone camera, like, you have to be in video mode, you can't be in normal camera mode.
Right.
So I'm a bit out of breath, mate.
That's all right. I won't ask what you're doing.
None of that, mate. None of that. It's not my lucky night tonight. But sorry. So you have to put your phone in video mode, like you're gonna, and then record, and then you have to put your phone over 8 times zoom, and then you have to go over the face mask very carefully. And it's like, it takes a while to spot them at first, but once you spot them, you start noticing loads of them, and it's just really weird to look at. It's like, I've been trying to look into these things myself, but this information is very hard to find. I would expect, like, the scientists and people in labs looking at these things and can identify them better than what I can do on my mobile phone.
Right.
But the thing is, it's also on toilet roll as well. It's on toilet roll and on the PCR swab cotton ends themselves. So it's like, to me, it seems like, are these things being pushed on us then? Like, I don't know, like, I'm just, like, phoning with my observations from what I've seen, what everyone else can try.
I've not even heard or seen that, so I'm glad you brought that up. If anybody out, I mean, if you as well, if you've got a link to anything that you can send us through email or through Facebook, then please do. But I've definitely not seen or heard anything about that.
Yeah, I just thought I'd bring it up because it's interesting, because it's something that, a lot of people hear this information, but if you don't try it yourself, it's like, conspiracy theorist or whatever, the fact checkers have already blocked it and identified it as something else, so everyone's quick enough to kind of, go away from the situation. But, just from my observations anyway, that's what I've seen, and for me it's been kind of interesting, and I've tried to look into more, and then it's like, the more I'm looking into it, I'm seeing more about graphene, and graphene being one of the ingredients in the you-know-what and stuff like that. And then, I don't know, Pap, I don't know what to kind of go into, but I just kind of wanted to kind of, if everyone, like, does this themselves, kind of, it will lead you into your own path. Like, I don't know, like, if anyone does know what it is, I'm happy to be kind of educated on the situation.
And do you know what? That's a fair thing to say. But respect to you for saying that. You've not come on and tried to force your belief on that onto us, which is brilliant. And again, I appreciate anybody's opinions on this channel. Excuse me. The fact that you've come on and said, if somebody else can explain this to me, then I'm more than happy to be educated. I don't know what it is. I've not seen it. If I see this, then I will. I'll make my own conclusion, but I might go and get some masks myself and do it on camera for people to see. But yeah, as you know, without hearing about it, I wouldn't know about it. So I appreciate you letting us know.
No worries. Just thanks for your time, mate, and I appreciate like the things that you do with these open phone calls with people. It's just like a nice thing where someone can kind of air a little bit of an opinion to everyone, and kind of everyone can have their little say on things. Yeah,
that's it. As I say, we don't have any sort of schedule to these phone-ins. We just let people phone up and talk about what they want, and I think that's the best way. It means no matter what's going through your mind, if you just need somebody to speak to, you can get on the phone, give us a bell, and we can talk shit for a bit or whatever. You know what I mean? So
exactly, mate. I'll get back to being out of breath now for a bit.
All right, mate.
Cheers for your time, mate. You take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. All right.
You too. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Bye now. Bye. Right, so I've not heard of that. If anybody else has heard of that, I think Lost Souls Paranormal says you have. If you got any links to those videos, anybody, please send them over so I can check them out. And I'll have a look at a few and come to my own conclusion. And as I say, I might even go and buy some masks myself and see what comes out, see what happens. They're fibre threads, not worms. Again, that's probably the case, Richard. And you know, I can understand there being fibres in there. Absolutely understand that. As I say, unless unless we see it, we have to take other people's opinions, which is why I ask for videos and stuff. You know, yeah. This is like with the government. If we just take somebody's word for something, then we're in a lot of shit. You know, we have to listen to what people have got to say, and then we've got to try and evidence it ourselves the best we can and come to our own conclusions, you know, with regards to that. I know there was a few people trying to call through a minute ago. Everyone's stopped now. How you doing, Gold Eagle? Hello, Tina. Hello.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Not so bad, you?
Yeah, good. Just want to say...
I didn't hear you very well. Then you broke up.
Okay, hold on. Do I have to turn my Skype off, or?
This shouldn't have to. Are you listening to me through Skype or through YouTube?
YouTube.
Yeah, we're getting a big delay because of that. If you turn your YouTube volume down and talk to me through through Skype.
Yeah. Okay. How's that? Is that better?
You tell me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, there we go. Brilliant.
I got a question for you.
Go on then. I'll do my best.
Yeah. How did you get started in this?
This February of 3 years ago, so it's almost 3 years now since I've started this channel. I was learning to make website templates, and I'd done a few. This was for a project I was working on at the time. I'd done a few. I decided that I was going to do an emergency service themed website template.
Yeah.
So I took my camera. I'd been watching YouTube for a while. I'd seen a lot of people's videos. Whilst looking for emergency services footage, I came across people's channels about audits and things like that, because a lot of people were going on about how they were out to get some footage and things, for projects and stuff. So I was looking into all of that, and I understood from that where, the law regarding where I stood as a photographer or videographer in public. So I made sure that I understood that before I went out. I went out up here on February the 28th, I think it was, 27th or 28th. Went up to the local fire station. Next to the fire station is an ambulance station, and almost next to that is a police station. So it's a perfect place to try and get some footage. I was outside for about half an hour. Didn't get anything from the fire station or ambulance, but whilst I was there, I saw a dozen police cars come out with their blues and twos on, which would have made great footage. So I went and set up my camera on the pavement at the back of the police station, waiting for a couple of police cars to come out and just get a couple of 10-20 seconds worth of video. While I was there, copper pulled up, asked me what I was doing. Yes, Graham, that's what I'm talking about. Asked me what I was doing. I explained to him. I told him quite clearly what I was there for. Said, I don't get it. I don't understand it. And because he didn't understand it, he didn't believe me. Okay, right. Which is ridiculous. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it's not true. So after about 20 minutes, half an hour or so with this copper, he got on a phone or on his radio to his sergeant. His sergeant told him to leave me to it. Now, if you're doing something and a copper says, look, I'm going to leave you to it, you assume that what you're doing is okay to do.
Yeah. Which
I assumed anyway because of, the laws that I'd looked up and everything else. Now, he went off. Another police car pulled up next to me 10 minutes later, said, asked me what I was doing. I said, I've spoken to one of your colleagues, I'm fine. He's gone off. 10-15 minutes later, another two coppers came walking out the back of the police station. They must have finished their shift, or they were detectives or something. They weren't in uniform. Went to get in their cars, started calling out to me, what do you think you're doing? You can't do that, this, that and the other. So I was like, I'm sorry, but I can. You might not like it, but I can do it. With less than 10 minutes, I'm surrounded by 8 police officers, a sergeant and the inspector, the station inspector. All trying to get me to give my details and explain what I'm doing, then start threatening me using Section 44 of the Terrorism Act, which didn't exist at the time. It had been Fluke Dog, I'll answer your call shortly, let me finish up. So the Section 44 of the Terrorism Act got repealed in about 2013, so it was well outdated. Because they tried threatening me with laws that were defunct, it kind of made me dig my heels in a bit harder. So eventually what happened is I got the body cam footage back. Eventually, I think it was a sergeant and a couple of other cops had decided to have a little powwow. So whilst they were talking, they was like, look, basically he's not going to give us his details. It's obvious he's not going to give us his details. So if we use Section 50, because he's causing us a nuisance, he has to give his details, otherwise he'll get arrested. So they've come back to me and they've said, right, under Section 50. So I was like, hang on a minute, Section 50 relates to causing, a public order offence. I'm not causing a public order offence. But they wouldn't listen, as they don't. No, you listen to me, sort of thing. Anyway, longer story short, I refused to give my details. They ended up arresting me, handcuffed me, took me all the way to the other side of the Mersey. So they took me across the River Mersey to the Wirral. And they... once I got there, I realised that I've got to, or at the time I had 2 dogs and I couldn't leave them for 24 hours. If I didn't have the dogs, I wouldn't have given a shit. I'd have sat in there for 24 hours, kept my mouth shut and, job done. But once I got there, I gave them my details. Now, once you give them the details, the offence is then over. It's like breach of the peace. Breach of the peace is an offence while it's occurring. As soon as they take you away from there and the breach is no longer occurring, there is no more offence. So they should really have let me go. I'm sorry if you're hearing the alerts over it. I'm not sure what's going on there. I'll need to keep an eye on my equalisers and see where that's coming from. So they should have let me go as soon as I gave them my details. But instead, to teach me a lesson, they stuck me in a cell for a further 3 hours. Hold on, let me try and turn this sound down a little bit, because people are... Right, it sounds... let's do that. Apply. Okay. Just speak for me, Tina, just to make sure I've not... No, I've muted everything. Hang on a second, sorry. Right, I don't know why it's picking that up this time. It doesn't normally. There we go. It's doing it again still. Sorry, folks, if it's picking it up. I'm not sure why. So it was that really that made me think. Well, I'd been mistreated. I was completely on the level with them. I told them what I was doing multiple times. I was polite, up to a point. When they started using blag laws on me, then obviously I lose me rag a little bit, and I'm like, hang on a minute, you don't fucking try and mug me off like that sort of thing. But that's really what got me into doing what I do. I realised that people are being treated as criminals when they've done nothing wrong, and there's no reason for it. So I just thought to myself, well. Fuck you, I'll show you. I uploaded my videos on YouTube of the arrest and the rest of it, and I just ended up getting loads of subscribers. The channel just exploded, and I just thought to myself, this is pretty cool. People are on my side. Some people want to discuss, some people don't agree with me, but they're happy to discuss what happened and all the rest of it, and I enjoy talking, as you can probably tell. So so that's where I went. I've lost you. I've lost you again completely now, sound wise. Why has that happened? No, we've got all that back on. No, all that seems okay. I've lost you for some reason. I can see you, but I can't hear you. I can see you. I don't know why I can't hear you though. I'll just look at audio and video settings. Let me have a look at... No, that's all. I've got no idea what's gone on there, Tina. It's just gone.
Have you got me back again?
Oh, now I've got you back. Yeah, now you're back.
Right, okay. Yeah, so over the period you've done of about 3 years, I think you've done a fantastic job. You've got good subscribers, and your knowledge is amazing. You've taken something on board that pissed you off and worked with it.
Yeah, I mean... My knowledge is okay. There's an awful lot I don't know, and I don't pretend to. But what I do know how to do is to look stuff up. So if there's a situation, or if we see an incident, then I know what to look for. A lot of people might not know what to actually look for, and they'll look for the wrong thing. Where I've doing what I do now, I've got to a position where I know what kind of thing to look for to get to what I'm actually looking for. And when it comes to the law, you're not necessarily looking for what happens. You're looking for how it's interpreted by the person who's made the arrest. And that can put you off sometimes. So So yeah, but no, I mean, I appreciate what you said.
It's an inspiration for others, Dan. That's the thing. You inspire others to do the same. And that's what I've said all along. Every one of us has got the capacity to do this.
Yeah.
We just have to find the niche that suits us best.
Yeah.
So although a lot of us don't feel confident, knowledge is power.
Yeah.
And that it's out there. Anything you need to know about law or government is out there. It's publicly available.
Yeah.
And if you do your research, they can't beat you. There's another point I'd like to talk to you about before I let all the other callers come in. I do apologise about rambling.
Okay.
Now, if the Met Office have done the requirement for the police, they should not approach photographers. They don't take any notice of that.
No.
They use the Terrorism Act, public order, antisocial behaviour.
Yeah.
I think it's time that we started campaigning to get this enshrined into law. Okay? Now, there's one way your subscribers can help. The only way to get MPs to talk about this is you go onto the Parliament site. I'll send you a link.
Okay.
We start a petition to make photography and photographers, not auditors, to make anybody like that doing a video or photography an act of law that the police cannot challenge.
Well, it's like, I mean, you look at it with regards to reporters. Actual reporters have got some protection from law. When it comes to the police, for example, wanting to search their property and things like that, they have some protection as a reporter. And I know some people will just use it as an excuse to not get searched, but that's not our problem. Do you know what I mean? That's not our problem. That's the problem of the legislators or whatever to put that into a legislation. But I don't disagree with you. There's a lot of things. A lot of people have been saying that we need a proper Bill of Rights. I know we've got a Bill of Rights, but people are saying that we need something more up to date, for example.
Regarding photography, yes, because in the Bill of Rights you have the right to view and challenge your government, any government body, and that includes the police.
Yes.
So I think it's about time that what the Met Office has put out needs to be enshrined in law to protect photographers and videographers, auditors, if you want to call them that, for any kind of assault by police. They're using the excuse they haven't seen the memo or it's been updated and all this kind of rubbish. They're talking out of their ass most of the time. Sorry if I'm offending anybody.
That's
I don't
fine.
care.
Well, nothing's been
essentially,
updated.
I'm going to look at the Parliament page. I'll send you a link, and if we can get loads of people to send their signatures in saying they want the photography laws changed and put into law, we have the right to bring our government to redress.
Yeah, of course.
And they've got to remember there's 69,000 of us.
Yeah. Well, what was I going to say? Oh shit, my brain's gone. No, it's gone. Sorry.
It's okay.
No, it's completely gone.
You need to get yourself a little diary and call it a brain fart book and write it down as soon as you think of it.
I do. I've got a pad next to me. I just forget so often to.
Just call it a brain fart book and write it down as soon as you think about it, and it'll pop up.
But yeah,
it's something I wanted to look at many times because they are abusing it. I've seen all the videos online, and they are literally ignoring what's being put out by the Met Office chiefs about photography and videographers.
That's what I was going to say. People, when they say it's been updated, for example, it's not. The current advice on photographers is the same advice that was given in 2010 by Andrew Trotter. The only thing that's changed is the header on the page. It used to be the Police Chief Council. It used to be whatever it was. It's now the shitting hell. I'm struggling for getting fucking words and stuff.
It used to be the Met Office.
No, it used to be ACPO. It used to be the Association of Chief Police Officers.
That's right, yes.
And now it's the National Police Chief Council.
But they shouldn't be in charge of it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, they're not in charge of it. That's just advice. As I say, they've not written it's not a legislation. It's not a law. It's not procedure. It's just, and this is how they get around abusing it by saying it's advice.
Yes, and this is why I believe we need to petition our government to stop it and make it law. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, no. If we can do that, then I think we should. There's a lot of things, however, that I think should be dealt with in that way as well. I think Tyrant Fider said there a minute ago something about not being law. It's about being our rights or something. But again, it's all well and good saying our rights, but look how many of our rights are being eroded at the moment because they're not. We'll use the word enshrined. People will interpret how they want to interpret something to suit their needs and their agenda, and that's what we see. Even God's law, even common law, it is interpreted by the police constable at the time. We'll use police as an example. It's interpreted by them that may be a misinterpretation, but we have no recourse. We have no redress for that. We have no way to say, hang on a minute, you got it wrong. They go, well, he made a mistake. Well, look, I might rob a house and say it was a mistake. You're going to let me off? You're not.
Yeah, this is exactly where the problem lies. But people have to remember, if you want change, the only way to do it is to go onto the Parliament site itself and start a petition. And if you get over 10,000 signatures on there and complaints, they have to bring it up in the House of Parliament.
But they do. But then again, we also need to remember that every MP that sits in there, even though they turn around and say, "Oh, we're here on behalf of our constituents," most of them aren't. Most of them don't even bother asking their constituents what they want. They make an assumption, and that in itself is wrong. I've said
but that's what the actual petition will be.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I think when it comes to anything that gets put that needs to be spoke about in Parliament or comes to a vote, I think every MP should contact every one of their constituents and say this, and write it out. This is what's being proposed, for or against, and then let the people decide based on that. It's not difficult to do. It's just doing an online poll.
Yes.
How hard is that to answer an online poll?
It's feeling what the public want, and public photography, because of videos and because of auditors, it's become a major thing in this country and places like America. Yes, it's 10,000 to start. I should have said that. 10,000 brings it to the attention of the leader of the House. When it goes over the 100,000, they take notice. But they do look. If it doesn't go through after such a personal outcry from the public, they're going to be looking at their election rates next time they come up for an election, because if our MPs don't start sitting up, you vote them out.
Yeah.
That's what the power that we have. If you don't like your MP, you get them out.
That's right.
They're not doing what they're doing, you get them out.
That's right. But
there's only 750 plus MPs. There's 200 lords. There's 69 million people in this country.
But 9 times out of 10, we have to make the best of a bad situation when it comes to MPs. We don't like any of them. We've just got to pick the one that we like, that we least like the most, if that makes sense.
Well, most of them are as bad as use. They got as much use as a chocolate teapot.
Yeah.
So
agreed.
They say the stuff to get elected, then they don't do anything.
Absolutely agreed.
So I won't take any more time for anybody. Have a look at that poster. But what the poster picture I sent you says, my brother bought it for me.
Right.
I am retired, but I work part-time as a pain in the ass.
Right.
That's been my job for the last 40 years. And the other thing I wanted to let you know, my skill set was getting inside places like the police station.
Right.
I got 2 detectives to train me in pace 1 and pace 2.
Right.
And that's a brilliant skill to have, because they can't catch me. So there you go.
Brilliant.
So yeah, it's getting inside departments that you need to get the information from. That's what I've done. So
no worries. Well, listen,
right.
always a pleasure.
Have a good evening, mate, and I'll let you other callers call in and I'll take a standby.
You too. Thank you for the call.
Take care, mate.
Bye, mate.
Cheers, buddy.
Bye. Some interesting info, an interesting insight. Nigel, if you're still there. think he is. Yes, I know the long-term effects of smoking. Somebody asked me a little while ago, but it's fine because, you know, let's be honest, I don't really want to be around in 20 years' time anyway. The state of things to come. No, don't be soft, Tina. I've people talking far longer. I didn't see the fireworks, Richard, but I heard about them. Didn't somebody read a poem or something? Whatever that's all about. Hello, good evening and welcome.
All right, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
My name's Michael.
Hello, Michael, you alright?
Yeah, not so bad, mate. You?
Good, yeah, not so bad, thank you.
You were all about that, what happened to you in Liverpool. I watched that live that day.
Oh, when I put it up, the arrest. No, I was talking about the arrest.
Yeah.
My first arrest.
Yeah, that's right. I was laughing my nuts off, mate. I thought they are taking the fucking piss. They use any excuse they can just to assert power over people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Anything. Even you know, again, as I said, even laws that are no longer in operation anymore that have been repealed for some 7 or 8 years or whatever.
Unless you were committing a crime, mate, they've got no reason to even walk up to you.
No, but the crime was I was being annoying. That is the crime.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, mate.
Under Section 50 of the Police Reform Act.
No, you were being annoying, right, because you wasn't doing anything, and they didn't like you taking pictures of their police station.
Mm-hmm.
So they thought to themselves, here, we'll have him off, we'll mug him off, mate. Did you sue him?
Yeah, I'm in the process now, still. 3 years on.
Keep going, mate.
I won't.
Yeah, I'll tell you a little story, Danny. I'm not going to name any names or anything like that, yeah?
Go on.
In 2003, I decided, right, I didn't like my partner anymore, so I left her. I didn't argue with her, I didn't beat her up or anything like that, I just never went back, yeah?
Yeah.
In 2006, I was living with my new partner in another town, 60 miles away. I got a knock on the door, and they goes, "You're wanted for harassment." I went, "Of who?" And he went, "Your partner." So I looked at my new partner and I went, "Have I been harassing you?" And she went, "No." "What's he on about?" And I went, "What partner's that?" And he sort of like looked at me and went, "The one that lives in another town." So right. I just... Anyway, I had to go to the police station, mate. And this policewoman said to me, "You've been making phone calls to this woman." I went, "Have I?" "That's news to me." Anyway, she's going on and going on. "I've done this and I've done that." And the solicitor sat there with me, of course. And I thought, well, how can you... We've got phone calls from you, from BT, because the police can get it within hours. We know that, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just sat there and looked at her in disbelief, and I went, "Well, all right then." I looked at my solicitor. I said, "I'd like to see these phone calls," because she sat there telling me she's got them, and yet there's no evidence to prove it in front of me.
Yeah.
With me. So she's lying, isn't she, Danny?
Oh yeah, well they're allowed to. This is the thing. They're allowed to. Police are allowed to lie in interviews. Okay, it's bollocks. They're allowed to lie.
Yeah, of course they are. They're trying to catch you out, mate.
Yeah.
But I knew something she didn't know. But anyway, I went, yeah. This carried on for 6 weeks, mate. I was on Part 4 bail for 6 weeks. And I had to say to my trainee solicitor, "Listen, mate, you've got to go. I need the proper solicitor down here with a bit of clout."
Yeah.
Anyway, the solicitor came down, very nice woman, and said to the policewoman, "You're taking the piss." the following day, I got a phone call. Well, I didn't. My new partner did, saying, "No, tell Michael not to bother coming down the police station anymore. We're not pursuing it." Yeah.
Yeah. Harassment
Laugh
tactic.
at this bit.
Go on.
Yeah. Anyway, so in the meantime, because my ex-partner wouldn't let me see my kids, I went to a solicitor, and I explained him the situation that I'd rather not see my kids if it's going to cause them distress and that, yeah?
Right.
So he sent a letter to her solicitors, and her solicitors didn't reply. Well, in the meantime, a bloke rang me up, and he went, "Where are you, mate?" I went, "Birkenhead." He went, "What are you doing there?" So I'm getting on a ferry to Ireland. "Well, can I come and meet you?" I said, "You've got 5 minutes, mate." I didn't know who he was, so I just said to him, "Listen, I don't know who you are, mate. You're not going to give me your name or who you are, so do one."
Fair enough.
So, yeah, anyway, I got a phone call about a week later when I was in Ireland. "You have to come home, Michael." I goes, "Why?" Someone's just put a full envelope through the door with powers of arrest against you for harassment.
Really?
Yeah, this is in the county court, mate, from a county court judge.
Right.
Yeah, so anyway, I came back, and within a week I found out who the judge was, it was on the paper, who'd signed me off for powers of arrest. So anyway, I wrote to that judge, and I said, "Yeah, mate, what's the crack?" Like, I couldn't have done anything what's been stated. I'm a long-distance lorry driver, European.
Yeah.
So a week later, I got a letter back from the judge. "Please come to court." I swear to God, mate, I didn't have a solicitor, barrister, nothing. I got to the court doors, and the two security guards asked me my name, and I was searched for knives and guns and everything. I was like, "What? This is a public place." Her solicitor had me stitched up, like making it I was a violent person and everything, yeah?
Right.
So I'm in court, I've got no barrister, no solicitor. I paid £80 to go to court against her and state my case. And her barrister come up to me and goes to me, "Can I have a word with you, Michael?" I goes, "No, you can't do one. What do you want?" Can we talk about it? I went, "No, we can't." So I'll talk about it when I get in front of that judge. So while I'm in the waiting room in the court, in the county court, my ex-partner and her entourage, of men,
right,
come to threaten me. What a laugh! But anyway, while I was sat there, I noticed a woman in a grey suit, and she looked like a power person. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So while my ex is laughing and joking, and how frightened she is of me, and I'm this nasty man and everything, obviously this woman's clocking it all, but I didn't know at the time until I walked into the courtroom, and who was sat there? The person who was looking around the waiting room, watching my ex look all frightened and scared while she had all these blokes around her threatening me, giving it the big I am. But I was on my own, Dan, you know what I mean, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, I get us in court, and I says to the judge, a woman judge as well, blah, blah, blah. They're telling lies about me. And she went, "You can't say that." I went, "I can, because that's what they're doing, and I can prove it." So the barrister stood up and started saying I kidnapped my children from school and all that. So I just sat there and smirked, and the judge went, "What's so funny?" I went, "Well, I've got a letter from that headmaster, and he doesn't even know what she's talking about."
Right.
And that judge said to me, "Has that barrister got this evidence?" And I went, "Well, it's the same as her. I haven't got her evidence neither." So the judge looked at the letter, right, and you could see steam coming out of her ears, because obviously they'd misled the courts.
Yeah.
And that judge knew it. And one of the clerks come up to me afterwards, and he went, "Do you know what, mate? That judge has got that much respect for you because you came to court and you stood up for yourself. No mouthpiece on your behalf." I went, "I'll be honest with you, mate, I can't afford a mouthpiece."
Well, it's not just that as well. The fact that you've actually done some work again for your case. I mean, when I got arrested for growing weed, again, it's nothing that I hide. the police took my phone. All the evidence they needed was on there that it wasn't mine. Yet, I wouldn't tell them. I wasn't going to give them any. I wasn't going to tell them anyone's name or anything like that. But they had all my stuff, which had, references to somebody. Now, when I went to Crown Court, and it came like sentencing, and my brief brought it up and said, "Oh look, they've got his phone. There's evidence on that. Why it's not been examined?" And this is months after I got nicked, and the judge actually lost his shit. And started shouting at the CPS and prosecution for not having all of the information. And this is the thing: there are judges out there, not all, but there are judges out there that will respect you more for being prepared than anything else. If the CPS, if the prosecution turn up and they've not got the stuff that they need, rather than going ahead and making assumptions or whatever, or ignoring it completely, there are some out there that will go, hang on a minute, no bollocks. If there's evidence, I want to see it. Not many, but there's some out there that will be like that. And it's just I think we need more of them. We need more of them. It sounds like you had one in your case, and he respected you for the fact that you'd gone to court prepared. You'd done stuff that the police should have done, and they didn't. And I think it sounded like he respected you for that.
I'll tell you something, Danny. Right, at the time of my interviews in 2006, they didn't ever ask me what I did for a living. They never asked me if I had bank statements or anything, right? So when the police gave out my address, which is illegal, to her solicitors, so they could get a process server to serve me, who wouldn't tell me who he was. If you didn't tell me who you were, Danny, and you rang me up, you think I'm going to go, yeah, come on, mate, I'll meet you. I'm going to fuck off.
Of course.
Who are you? Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, in 2007, when I get in court, her barrister tried to slander me over some criminal record, and as I stated to the judge, I have no criminal record, Your Honour, against women of violence or against any woman or child concerning violence.
Yeah.
And yet they tried to portray that in court. So the judge turned around and said to me, Michael, can I have a look at your criminal record? And I went, of course you can, Your Honour. And it was a woman, by the way.
Right.
So what she did, she got me and she asked for all the phone calls that had been made to the... I can state this to you quite clearly, Danny, and I can even come over and show you, right? That woman rang up the police station at least 10 times a day for 3 years, from 2003 to 2007,
yeah.
And made false allegations against me to the police, yeah? So when I get in court, the judge says to me, I want all the phone logs and all that to her solicitor, so her solicitor had to supply them all in court. And the judge said to me, would you like to look at them? And I went, of course I would, Your Honour. So I went into the clerk's office and I sat down and I wrote down every single time she made a phone call.
Yeah.
Do you know what I did the next day, Danny?
Go on.
Hey, I turned up with bank statements. I was in France on that day, Your Honour. Oh, look at that. I withdrew 150 francs, Your Honour. I can even show you the fine I received off the gendarme for that day.
Okay, no. Just.
When I showed her them bank statements, mate, you know what the judge said to me?
Go on.
Michael, you're free to go. I'm revoking any order against you, and I am looking at this person's legal aid bill.
Right. Just
to leave the court.
Just one sec.
The judge said to her,
Go on, just 1 second. I just need to respond to a question there. Badger set. I'm sorry you've not been able to get through. Best way to contact me now, if you're not calling, is policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. So channel name @gmail.com. Sorry, go on, carry on.
Yeah, so she said to my ex-partner as I was leaving, a free man with no powers of arrest against me from the county courts, she asked her to stay behind. I couldn't help but laugh my head off. Anyway, I waited in the waiting room, and she came out, and she looked like Mount Vesuvius, mate. Her neck, her head, it was on fire. You could see purple, blue, everything, mate. Gold, the lot. I'm like, yeah, you got well fucked over. You know what I mean?
As I say, it's
proudest moment of my life, mate. Honestly, I'll still have myself in court and won.
It's nice, as I say, it's nice that there are some judges out there that will not simply ignore certain stuff just because the prosecution hasn't brought it up.
Danny, right, this is my personal view, right?
Go on.
If you've done something wrong, hold your fucking hands up, mate, and accept the responsibility of what you've done.
Oh, right, absolutely. I say this all the time, yeah,
right?
completely.
And do you know what? I don't like the police, mate. They don't do nothing for me. They never fucking have. But there are people out there who do need them.
Yeah.
Because, you know what I mean? They're not up to dealing with whatever's going on in their life. Then you need police. You know, it's a simple fact of life. You do need the police, whatever happens.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But, and then on the other hand, there's always the other way, where the people are the police. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Which is being taken away from us. You know, they want us to help them when it's convenient for them, but when we take, you know, when we take matters into our own hands, you know, under common law, you know.
I lost a lot of respect for the police, Danny, when they did that to me, because I was sat in that police station, mate, every fucking Friday, listening to their bullshit, thinking, when I get in court, I'm just going to show the judge my bank statements.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But I at the time, I didn't know about the phone calls until I got into the inter-county court, and that's when it all came out.
Sounds.
You know what I mean? When that judge looked at my bank statements and them telephone calls, what I marked, she was like in disbelief. She couldn't wait to tell me, you're free to go. I'm dropping any powers of arrest. Do you know what powers of arrest is, Danny?
What do you mean the powers? What do you mean?
You can arrest,
you mean like our powers of arrest?
Powers of arrest from a county court means the police can arrest you and hold you in a prison for 3 months.
Yeah.
Without trial or anything.
Yeah, I know.
Just on the word of another person.
I believe a couple of people that have had on this channel have been in a situation like that. Listen. I don't mean to be rude. Been on for 15 minutes.
Good, mate. I'll catch you later. I understand. Bye, mate.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Pirates, Danny, pirates.
Right. Yeah, I will get Fluke on in just a minute. Fluke, you want to come on and say your piece, but I need to go for a piss first. So my apologies, but I'm busting. I've got to go for a piss. I'll come back, and then Fluke, try ringing through, and I'll try and answer your call. Okay, and we're back. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Right, Fluke, give us a ring. Princess Angela, I can't remember what the last 3 digits of your number is, so I'm not sure which number is yours coming through. Let me have a look. Right, gotcha. So Fluke, give us a ring. What's happening? What's happening? We're having an argument in the comments here. Fluke, line is clear. Smoke. I've just fed him. He was about earlier, but I've just fed it. He'll come in a minute and. Richard, right, I get that some people might not like some of the people that call in, but at the ultimate day, the way I work this channel, these live streams and these phone-ins, is people can phone in and talk about what they want. It's it's about getting people talking. It's not about shutting people down and cancelling people. We don't do that on here. As I say, you might not appreciate some of the people that call in. We had it last week when people were saying somebody was boring when somebody wanted to phone in and talk to me. That person needed somebody to talk to, and I'll be there for them to talk to if need be. Yes, you can, Angela. If you call the number on the screen, it will come through to my Skype, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Lost Souls. Got beef with someone, go and call each other out somewhere else. I've got a lot of people over the last couple of days bringing up Live Free. And some of the other people that were about on Monday in the comments when they were not the focus of the video. Most of the time they weren't on video. Live Free had nothing to do with the video at all. But yet people kept bringing him up in the comments. And it's like, what are you doing? What's it got to do with anything? Right, nobody's calling now. What's the matter, Mickey Mouse? Mickey Mouse, what's happening? What have I missed? Molly, what have I missed? Hello, bearded veteran. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the comments. One of my subs has just said he's unsubbing and he's off, and I don't know why. Trying to figure it out. Been a long time sub, Mickey Mouse. If there's an issue, man, come tell me. Let me know. Right, Princess Angela, you you can call if you want to. Come here, Smudge. Come and say hello. Come on. People want to say hello. Come here. Ooh. Here we go, my boy. Here we go. Ugh. Thank you, petrol heads. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hi, pal. How's it going?
This
is Dave from Manchester. I comment on your page quite a lot under Bush's Tail.
Oh, right. How you doing, Dave? You all right? Hello?
Yeah. I'm having issues. I've got you on the sound bar and it's echoing everywhere. So I'm just trying to unplug it. I've got you on the sound bar. It's echoing everywhere. So I'm just trying to unplug it.
Best thing to do there, Dave, is to turn the sound. Best thing to do is to turn the sound off and just listen to me talking through the call.
Best thing to do is to turn the sound off and just listen to me talking through the call. Right, try that.
Yeah, that's better.
One sec. I don't do these black mirrors, mate. I find them stressful.
No worries.
Right, I think I can hear you. Not very good, is it?
No, just 1 second there, Dave. Fluke, the Skype is on the screen. I don't know how to get a link for it. But if you call the number 01515289590, that will bring you through to my Skype. Or if you can't do that, then you can look up Dan Pap, DAN space PAP. But you're going to have to wait till I finish this call now, I'm afraid. Right, Dave, go on, mate, sorry.
Yeah, you're right. No one was calling, and I'm sat there thinking, I might as well say hello to the board myself.
Why not? That's why we open the lines up. Happy to speak to first-time callers.
Yeah. Oh, I leave a comment quite often.
Yeah.
Sometimes good, sometimes a bit sarcastic, but
mate,
people are a bit too serious sometimes, I think, aren't they?
They can be, definitely.
You know, if you don't like what you're seeing, right, the simple thing is, turn it off, find something else.
Yeah.
And don't beat the guy up. Because I've got so many subscriptions.
Yeah.
On so many different channels. Sometimes I listen to your show, mate, and I think it's not for me, this one tonight.
Yeah.
I'll still click the like, you know what I mean? But I'll just bypass it and go on to the next.
Yeah.
I don't hate you. It's just that one wasn't for me.
No, absolutely. I totally agree with you. Absolutely. I mean,
and I don't get what the beef is with these boys out there. I think it's playground.
You literally can't always. Right, hang on a second. Wal T, can you please stop targeting Fluke with taking a piss? Right, I get it. You've got the right to say what you want. I'm just asking you nicely. If you're going to say something in general, that's not an issue. But when you're targeting somebody, for a prolonged period of time, it's not. It then becomes a bit more than just taking a piss and having a laugh. It's targeted, and I can't have that on here, I'm afraid. So please, if you're not keen on him, then block him. Don't worry about him. Don't listen to him when he comes on to speak on the phone. But please, let's keep it out of the comments. Stop not bitching at each other.
It's that
Sorry, Dave.
Playground stuff again.
I know. But there we go. Some people have got too much time on their hands, especially the people that leave comments on the videos that I put up, and but there we go. Anyway, I mean, as you were saying, you've got loads of subscriptions, and I'm the same. I've got loads of subscriptions, and I can't go. I can honestly say that I can't go through all my videos and like every single video. Sometimes I think, this is shit. Why have you put that up? Or why do I? Why I don't want to watch this, and I just don't watch it, and I'll go and find something else.
That's right. That's why there's so many channels and stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Crazy. Oh, so how are you keeping anyway after your issue? I remember you putting a post up saying something has happened. I think I sent you an email or something a while back.
Oh, you may have.
A bit of support.
There was, to be fair, whilst I've been off, I've had an awful lot of people contact me, which I haven't been able to get back to. So if you're one of them, I apologise, but it's not through being ignorant. It's just through not being able to find the time to go through everything and get back to everyone. So I apologise.
Hey mate, I don't mind. It's comforting to know you've got so many people out there waiting.
Right. I just, sorry, I'm just taking an antihistamine. I had the stroke. Well, I had 3 strokes, didn't I? If you remember, I had the 3 strokes, and I'm okay. I'm still have this chronic fatigue. I mean, I've been asleep for most of today, the what's it called? The weakness. That's it. The weakness in one side. Monday, I pushed through as much as I can for that. Tuesday, I forced myself to stay awake to edit the video and get the video up, and it just hit me last night, and I was asleep from last night until silly about 2:00 this afternoon, I think it was. So it does knock me out. It does take it right out of me at times, but yeah, it's one of them things. I've got to learn to live with it and sort of arrange my life around it at the moment. I keep getting told by medical professionals, listen to your body. If you're tired, go to sleep. But it's not that easy. When you've been so used to doing stuff like with the channel, like I was doing so much on in front of the computer all day, most days. And to not do that, it really does my head in. And when I feel tired, I get pissed off with myself. Because I feel like I'm not able to do what I was doing before, and it's annoying. But other than that, I'm not so bad. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, do you know what though? It's good to see you've got back at it, because at least you're doing it. It's positive. It shows some people would have sat down and done nothing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm glad to see it. I'd say you're an inspiration, to be fair, because a lot of people would have just give up on that. And fair play to you, mate.
I've put too much into this, building the community on here, to just give up. Which is why rather than doing what I was doing before, I'm just coming on sort of when I can and doing a live stream, or maybe chuck a couple of things out. But again, it's all for me. It's all to do with the community, and I've said this from the very beginning, all the way through till now. It's not about any recognition. It's not about any earnings. It's not about any of that. In fact, one of the things one of the people was bitching about the other day was going on about going to contact the Inland Revenue to one of his friends in the Inland Revenue to see if I've been declaring my earnings. But the thing is, what these people don't seem to realise is that I literally make fuck all. Literally, this is not for me. This is not about money. I make about £2 a day, and that is a God's honest truth. About £2 a day, doing what I do, and that's not even worth getting out of bed for a piss for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's as it is. That you couldn't say any fairer than that, could you?
It is literally all about the community. It's about having people to talk to, and for them to have somebody to talk to. With regard, when I do this stuff, and also with the police stuff, there's a lot of people out there that are in situations they don't know where to turn, so they come to the community here and ask questions. And there's a lot of knowledgeable people that watch this channel. So
yeah, that's how I started watching you during the lockdown. I just let something overrun.
Yeah. So no, it's all good. It's all good. I think the cat. Where's the cat? I thought the cat was trying to climb up the back of my chair then.
Well, it could be my foot doing something around the back of the couch.
Someone's just said, Dan, be honest, you do it for the fame and wild sex. Listen, if I might have a casting couch over here, but it gets no action, trust me.
Right, I'm going anyway. I just said hello. I think you've probably got some callers stacked up.
No,
now,
Fluke was trying to get through just a second ago. He keeps calling when other people are calling. I keep saying, call me when there's no one calling, and he's not. So hopefully, Fluke, if you're watching this now, try ringing now.
Right, I'm going to hang up. See you later.
All right, mate. Thanks for the call.
Get in there.
Take it easy.
Yeah, take it easy, bud.
Ta-ra, mate. Take care. Right. I'm going to have to take this one. Sorry. Hello?
This is Gold Eagle calling. Gold Eagle calling. Hello, Dan. How the devil are you, sir?
Do you know what? You sound like a soundboard. It sounds like a soundboard when you press a button and it says something out.
If you would like Fluke Dog to come on instead of me, please press 1. Hiya, buddy. I tell you what, it is so good to have you back in town, man.
Well,
missed you, buddy, so much.
Do what I can. I'm not back to normal yet, but I'll do what I can, and hopefully I will get back sooner rather than later.
I don't think you saw our emails. Michelle and I kept saying, "Come on, we'll come and pick you up, and we'll bring you down to South Wales. We live by the beach."
Right. I may have done. I think that was while I was off, like completely off, wasn't it?
I know, mate. I know. I was talking. I'm friends with Base Welshman.
Oh yeah, Welshie.
Yeah. Base was trying to get hold of you, and I was honestly worried about you, mate. I thought we'd lost you.
Oh no, can't get rid of me that easily. No, it was.
Well, I can promise you, this is just a quick one. Michelle's not going to sing for you, not this time. But I just wanted to say a quick hi. And Fluke Dog, you need to call in now, my man.
Oh, respect to you for calling in. Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't respond to your email previously.
No problems, Dan. I tell you what, can't wait till you're all settled in Essex, mate. And I can't wait until you're all sorted. When you're done, then worry about going on to one of those vapes, then, mate. Don't worry about smoking or anything like that. As you say, life's too short.
I need to give it up. I know. But
Fluke Dog, phone now. Take care, my man.
Take it easy. So, mate. That was such a clear audio. It sounded like a recording, like a soundboard recording. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Fluke, you keep missing it. I know you say you keep trying to call in, but I'm waiting for your call. But you're calling when I'm on the phone to other people. Sorry, man. Hello, Edward. Hello. 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 Reconnecting. Poor network connection. I've lost connection there. Fluke, if you want to try calling, I will try and grab your call before another call. I'm trying. Here we go. Hello, Mr. Dog. Hello? Mr. Fluke Dog? What's going on? Hello? Hello? I can hear you. I can see you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Fluke. I can see you, but I can't hear you. I can't turn my camera on Skype because I'm using it through OBS, so it won't accept it. But I can't hear you. I still can't hear you, my friend. I don't know. Genuinely, I can't hear you. All the sound will come through. You'd hear it on here if it was coming through. It's just not coming through at all. Try restarting your Skype. Try closing your Skype down and restarting Skype. See if that resets it a bit. Can you hear me okay? I'll take that as a yes. Let me see if I can ring you, Fluke, and see if that makes a difference. Give us a sec. Hello. Hello. No, there was some interference, but I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on, mate. I don't know. You'll have to get a whiteboard and write it down and show the camera and rub it out and write down. Genuinely, I don't know what's going on. I cannot hear a thing. Try shutting your Skype down and restarting it. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. Anybody else while we're waiting for that? No, there's definitely no sound coming through. I'd hear it. If I hear it on the headphones, it'd go through onto the stream. Yeah, you're right, Roger. I heard the interference at the beginning as the call connected. I heard the interference like a crackle. Smoke signals. Right, let's try this one again. Hello. There's interference. I can hear some interference, but that is it. I don't know whether maybe it's your headphones that you're using. Could it be? Could you try unplugging your headphones? Have you got another microphone? Oh, I heard you then. I did hear you briefly. I think we'd rather that. Yes, you're right, Brian. I think we'd rather there be a crackle on the line than a crinkle. No, it must be your microphone. No, I've got some interference, and that's it. A bit like when you plug a speaker into the wrong hole, and you get that buzz. Have you got any other headphones with a speaker, maybe? No, I'm sorry. It could be Morse code, yeah. Anyway, I don't know what's going on there with that. I say it sounds like your connection, your speaker connection. Hello, fourth time lucky. No, still can't hear you. Can't. No, nothing. Hi, Dan Smith. Nice to have you here, mate. Thank you. I don't know what's going on, Fluke. I genuinely don't. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, now we have an anonymous. Hello, anonymous.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, mate. Doing? Not so bad, you?
Yeah, not bad.
Good stuff.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I'm just going to talk about, that trans man who's just got found guilty of being with the dog and that.
Oh, what the hang on, say again.
No, that a couple of last week or the week before, that the fella who was the trans man,
oh yes, he got yes.
And he was a paedophile as well, and he still had photographs on its our drive or something, and it wasn't in the main news or anything like that. Now, I think this media we've got today, it's a load of crap, because if that was a normal man, that would have been on the BBC, the Channel 4.
Yeah.
Because he's another fact, Dan, is that another trans man rapes a woman. It's not classed as rape anymore, is it?
What isn't?
No, if a trans man assaults a woman, rapes a woman, the police don't want to be classed as a rape anymore.
I've not heard this. Well, go on.
Yeah, there was on the match once want to be done into just a covenant like a sexual assault, and also when he went to court, he wasn't being called his female name.
Yeah.
But if I went to court, I wouldn't. If I said I would be called Elvis Presley, I'd be laughed at.
Yeah, of course you would. Of course you would.
And also, like, even in the media, it's like, it seems to me they're against white men. Another fact that the last couple of weeks has been several women who killed their husband. One pulled and put hot water over him.
Right.
Killed him. And one stabbed him so many times for over a meal, having a meal. Those go evidence, manslaughter. If they don't, because I know all you get out of women done is, oh, he's had abused the kids, or I've been abused myself. But if that's what I'm saying, it's like constantly beating the white man. If you're white, you might say, "Oh, fuck him," I might just put my hand up to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not being horrible here. So anybody's, if anybody wants to jump on me and have a go at me, but generally speaking, if, for example, you had a black man or a black trans person who done something similar, nobody would want to talk about it, because you're talking about two or three sort of what's the word?
Minorities.
Yeah, you're talking about two or three minorities. I mean, it's bad enough talking about one, for the mainstream media, but if you had something like that, you would, you literally never see it. But you're right; they do jump on, and beat down on the heterosexual white male a lot. But I don't think I've read what you said about that person, about the having images of children and stuff. I might be wrong. I can't remember. But
he said he still had pictures of on a USB stick. The judge said that he had those for a while.
Yeah.
But he still had them. And the judge, he still had them. He said, well, those were from whatever it was. I can't remember the full details. But he said he still had them. And I said, well, I'm afraid now that if I've got my grandkids around, we used to go to holidays to Spain and that when I was single. So I took a picture of my grandkids. Used to have just them bottoms on.
Yeah.
The swimsuit. I'm scared to have that in my phone, or even people like that. They float the laws about blah 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 blah. But he still would something got done for having them in his possession.
Yeah.
Because it's still kiddie porn, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when my eldest boy, I had trouble seeing him when I split up with his mum. Well, when I started seeing him again, he turned up at mine one day and he had what later turned out to be urine burns on his legs. Okay, so basically he'd been in a nappy and he'd been left in a nappy, so the urine had burnt his leg basically. I needed some evidence of that for court. So I videoed his legs. Didn't video anything, inappropriate. I mean, although he was my son, I didn't video anything inappropriate. I just videoed his legs and showed where this urine burn was. Told his mum what I'd found. Told her that I'd recorded it. A few days later, I've got a letter saying about filming my son while he was naked.
It's something me that it's like I don't know what this country was going downhill fast.
Yeah.
I get another sample down. Who's the biggest killer of kids between men and women?
I couldn't answer that, to be honest.
It's women. It's women. And the younger the kid is, the percentage goes up. Now, you could look that up yourself. But when a woman kills a kid, she's got mental problems.
Yeah.
If a man kills a kid, he's a monster. That's what I'm saying. It's just, it's every, like, these people have got found out guilty of bringing down that statue. They had evidence. They saw it on camera.
Yeah.
And he's found out guilty. So this country's fucked up so bad. It's just that.
Yeah.
Like when I was a kid, you can't whistle at a woman or approach her. You couldn't even do that now because you get accused of sexual harassment.
Yeah. Well, everything's about pandering to people's feelings now, rather than actually worrying about the law. You know,
the law states that they should have been found guilty.
Yeah.
So the fella was saying that. But I said to the fella, and I said, what's the biggest racist? The person who was using the slaves, or the person who sold them in the first place? You do know that the Africans used to sell the slaves to the British, etc., etc. So who's the biggest racist than the person who...
You also had in especially in America. I'm not so sure about over here, but I do know in America when you had these plantations, you also had a black sort of person, one person that was in charge of them all. So you'd have your white slave owner, then that slave owner would have one person who was then responsible for all of the slaves, and that person could sometimes be just as violent towards them as the slave owner. So, and that was black on black. No, that's what I'm just saying. That was a black person abusing their own kind, but nobody speaks about that.
The first person in America who owned the slave was black money.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. You don't hear this. Oh, he was a slave trader. All right, I know it's bad, but they have established in their days you can't judge a person by our standards.
Yeah.
Like not so long ago, homosexuality was against the law, so we're going to attack people because of what happened years ago. Like I was a Boy Scout. Now that Powell fella, the first runner, he got brought to this because he's anti-homosexuality. No, he's anti-gay.
Yeah.
And I thought, look, like we're judging people on our standards 100 years ago. I mean, these people who, like the people who was in court was white. And like, what the hell's going on? And what the hell's going on? It's every time. Because he was a Black Lives Matter. Oh, we can get away with it. So, I'm not being funny. I've got a thing against Nelson Mandela. Because I can't remember who was. I could say, well, I'm not being funny. I want to go down to the statue of Nelson Mandela and tear it down. Because his wife, Winnie, who done it, he killed one of my relations. I can't remember who it was. But she killed him. So I said, well, I'm going to be funny that if I walk past that statue, I say I feel offended. So I want to tear it down. So I could then tear it down. So, well, you let other people tear statues down. What's the difference between me? I would get thrown charged and found guilty, Dad.
Yeah. No, absolutely. As I say, people are scared because of the backlash that they'll get from the left community. To be fair, right, when I say that, right, as though some people call me right wing. Okay, I don't think I am.
Yeah.
I just try. I don't do politics at all. I don't pick a side. Okay, I just look at things and I make up my own decision based on my own morals and everything else. Okay, I don't go, oh, I've got to do this because that's what the left do, or I've got to do that because that's what the right do. I couldn't give two shits. If somebody on the left had some common sense and said something I agreed with, I'd agree with them. But the way things are at the moment, it seems that 90+% of the people on the right seem to have more, what's the word? Oh, Jesus, what's the word I'm thinking of? Seems to be more open-minded to different things. Yes, there are people on the right that are closed-minded, and yes, they can target individuals and they can be, discriminatory and all the rest of it. But what the left don't see is their reaction is also discrimination against the other people. So you can't win. Everybody's as bad as each other, but some people see situations with more clarity than others. And from what I can tell, people on the right seem to be able to see a situation, see more of a situation than those on the left. Those on the left seem to just go, right, let's target that person for saying this, that, or the other, and then they all gang up on that person and they all try and cancel that person and get that person arrested and all the rest of it. I don't see that from people on the other side.
Well, look at that Kay Rowland. Sure, she said that a trans man can't be a trans man because he hasn't got a cervix.
Yeah.
She's having death threats and all sorts. And they're not being funny, Dan. I've got nothing against gays or whatever. They can do whatever they like in their own house. I can't be bothered. But it's a balance of fact. A man can't be a woman and a woman can't be a man. As long as she said to me, I want to be known as a dolphin. I said, well, fine, go ahead. Don't expect me to change my habits.
Don't expect me to throw you fucking sardines.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I give it a true story. This is the year after, before the pandemic. I take my granddaughter. She used to swim to Wembley Sports Centre.
Yeah.
And this one, I call her a woman, Dan. And I was looking at it, and I sort of had them baffled. I thought, wait a minute. He used to go into the women's changing rooms. So, wait a minute. That's a man. So I said, wait, that's funny. So, not being funny. You might said, I'm a trans man, blah, blah. I said, not being funny. I thought you were in that changing room.
Yeah.
My daughter's there. I got chucked out the swimming batch, Dan. I said, I'm not being funny, mate. He goes, well, blah, blah, blah. I said, I don't want it, you're a man. I'm not being funny. If I'm not being funny, Dan, if I see a naked woman or a bit of boob or a bit of other stuff, I would get aroused. I don't care what you are or you are.
Yeah.
And I got chucked off the batch. I said, I don't want him into the change room with my granddaughter. It shows how.
Well, no, of course it's wrong. I mean, I don't agree with it, and I had something to say about it when I was told that kids at school were going to start getting one toilet to use, a mixed toilet. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm all for teaching kids sex education. Do you know what I mean? At the right age, but I don't want them teaching themselves sex education in the toilets at school. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, the school said they're not going to set a big girls' school. The clues in the name, a girls' school. They had a bit of backlash because they said they're not going to set trans men as girls. And I said, well, it's a girls' school. That's what they do, girls' school. And these people go, oh, come out, oh, that's wrong. It's not biologically. I don't care what you say or what you do. You are what you was born. If you're born a man, you're a man. If you're born a woman, you're a woman. I don't care. You could say to me, you could go do whatever and whoever you like.
Look, if look, these people, here's something to consider.
Yeah.
Right, somebody identifies as a woman, okay, but their genetics suggest they're a man. We'll use that, or vice versa. They identify as a man, but their genetics suggest they're a woman. What happens if that person goes missing? Okay, and they find a body years later, and they look at the body and they go, "Oh, it's a man." So they're looking for a man. They're looking through the databases for a man and all the rest of it, but yet he's on the database as a woman because he's decided he wants to be one. When it comes, things like this that aren't being thought about. Okay, it may not be a major issue to some people, but I think it is a major issue when it comes to like DNA testing and things like that. If you've got somebody who says, somebody who identifies as a woman, imagine a bank. Let's go back to what you were saying about rape. As you were saying earlier, let's go back to that. Let's say somebody raped somebody, okay, dressed as a man. Okay, because they felt like being a man that day, but then after that they decided to be a woman. Okay, now if anybody goes to them and say, "Well, you're a man, and we believe you may have something to do with it," they're going to go, "No, I'm not. I'm a fucking woman." They're going to kick off about it and all the rest of it, and it's all going to get brushed under the carpet and forgotten about. When it comes to the law, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the law, you've got man and woman. Okay, you've got how you was born. And that is your genetic makeup, and that is how it has to be on your legal paperwork. When you go to, you can change your name. When you're at school, for example, when you're at school, your parents can tell the school to call you anything they want. Okay, so if your name's Fred, and you go to school and you say to the school, I want you to call Fred Barry. Now, they'll do that. They have to do that because that's your wishes. So they'll call them Barry at school. On all the paperwork at school, it'll be Barry. But on his actual file, it will be Fred. And any other paperwork, any legal paperwork, would have his original name. But he can be called whatever he wants while he's at school. And it's the same. I think it's the same as people who feel they're in the wrong body or whatever it may be. You are a man. You're a man or a woman. That is what you was born. That is what your genetics say that you are, and that cannot be changed. Okay, but you can call yourself what you want. But when it comes to the law, we have to treat you as per what the law says you are. If I went to court, if I said my name's fucking Simon, and I went to court, and the judge goes, "Right, what's your name?" and I went to Simon, they wouldn't accept it. They would want the name that's on my birth certificate. They would want the name that was given to me at birth, the same as the sex assigned to me at birth, as far as I'm concerned.
And for the thing down like I've heard of Fallon Fox, the mixed martial arts.
Right.
She was the man, and she had this, whatever to do, sex change, whatever. She had 5 fights. If I watched this stuff, she marmalized her opponent. And I got a load of slack for her because I said, "Well, that's wrong. She's still got testosterone, and she's still got the muscle mass as a man."
Yeah.
Should have thought that opponent stand. She pulverized them into the ground. And when I was on Twitter, I don't go on Twitter much. I got murdered on Twitter. "Well, you are it, blah, blah, blah." I said, in fact, she's still got a testosterone thing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's wrong. And that other one in Australia, the woman in the power lifter, I thought, this is wrong. If they were, she got the sports personality of the year in Australia. I think it was Australia.
Yeah.
And then I said, "Well, you're wrong. You're putting a man against a woman especially in the boxing match, Dan.
Yeah.
He's going to normalise. I'm not being sexist or.
No, you're absolutely right.
A man's more singing than a woman. But and then if you say anything against it, Dan, you get trolled. I used to get trolled constantly on Twitter. Because I used to have this my point. I used to be a boxer when I was a kid. Now I've gone downhill. So I used to watch boxing, wrestling, mixed martial arts now. So I used to think, so if you're putting a brutal man against a woman, no wonder he won 5 matches, Fallon Fox, and because all the backlash that she needs to be tired.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, it's wrong. But if you say anything about it, you're the person who's wrong.
Of course, it's like getting a Range Rover and an old Mini Cooper on a hill climb, right? But you stick a Range Rover badge on the Mini. Just because you've given it a new name, it doesn't change what it is.
Yes.
It's still not going to, and it's still going to have its arse kicked by the actual Range Rover.
That's what I mean. I think, I don't understand this country anymore. I do not understand.
Right.
Like years ago, Dad, used to have programs like, Yes Sir, Please Sir, whatever it was, with black people in, and that one with Dr. Neighbour, of that neighbour, sort of. People, black, white, Chinese, whatever, used to love it and watch it.
Yeah.
That's the arse off. Now, you can't even say, well, if you say you're black, blah, 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 you're a racist.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with a woman, I think it was a woman in America, I think it was. I said, people say, if you're having an argument, if Adam was arguing with you, I say, oh, you've had an argument with me, Dad, you would say some nasty things. Doesn't mean that you mean it.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got cousins who were black. If I had some time I had an argument, we should have said some of the things we say to each other, you black, blimp, blimp. I won't say on the air, but I don't.
Yeah, yeah.
Then you blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't mean that you mean it. It doesn't mean that you're a racist. Or it doesn't mean you hate them. It's just that because in the moment, people always pick on they pick a weakness of their opponent. It's like a boxing match. If I use what I used to box, if I see, sometimes I'm boxing you, I see you're holding your left arm, I will start hammering that left arm, pounding it.
Yeah.
It's the same as an argument. It doesn't mean that you're a racist, but that's what I mean. I don't understand people these days. It's just that you're white and homosexuality. You might just keep in, say nothing, don't have Facebook, because you've only got to say, if you say something innocent, oh, that woman's beautiful, she's gorgeous, it's rape.
You're in the shit, and yeah. No, I mean, look, one of the things I've noticed, I'm gonna have to wrap this up in a second as well. One of the things I've noticed is that the majority of white folk, shall we say, can laugh about themselves, can take the piss out of themselves. Don't mind if people call them a honky, for example, and all sorts of stuff. And we, that in itself is being discriminatory, but yet we take it and we just move on with life. I understand that a lot of black, Asian and minority people have had shit for a lot of their lives. I get that, but we've all had shit in one form or another for most of our lives. For example, somebody goes to me, you fat fuck, right? I'm fat. I can't deny it, right? I've got weight. But if I went to the police and said somebody called me fat and it's discriminatory because it's a physical characteristic, they'd laugh me out of the police station, right? Because it's not because I'm not in one of those groups. Now, again, I'm not, for anybody watching this that is black, Asian or minority group, I'm not, this isn't a dig at anyone, in particular or anything like that. It's an overall view that we as white people have to suck it up and deal with it. I don't believe anybody should really be horrible to other people. In general, nobody should go up to somebody and go, "You're a black this," or "You're a gay that," or "You're a fat this," or "a bald that," or whatever. I don't believe any of that stuff. But it does happen. Okay, as you say, it doesn't mean that because you call somebody a name, it doesn't mean you've got paraphernalia plastered all over your bedroom wall, that supports some far right or far left doctrine. We just say shit sometimes without thinking, and we say shit, as you say. Somebody will pick the most obvious thing about you to take the piss. If you had a massive nose but you was black, somebody could turn around and fucking take the piss out of your nose instead. Yeah. But
people ginger hair. They get loads of stick because they got ginger hair. Doesn't mean I'm into ginger. It doesn't mean. That's what I'm saying to that. This country, you've got the police that fucking for so far up people's asses. You can't even report a crime out. This. So you might as well just leave it because the police.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Not interested because it doesn't give them a box to tick. So it's fucked up. All right, man. Listen, I'm going to have to wrap this one up. But again, always nice to speak to you.
Thank you, man. Keep up the good work, lad.
I'm sorry we couldn't put the world to rights, but it's always nice to try.
All right, yeah.
All right, man. You take it easy. Ta-da.
Same to you. Bye now.
Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello. You're listening to your computer rather than me.
Hello.
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 Hello, who's this?
Is that Dan?
It is.
Hello, Dan.
Oh, I think I recognise this voice.
Do you? Whose voice is this?
I think so. I can't remember your bloody name.
Yeah, it's Dan Smith. How you doing?
Oh, no, it's not who I thought it was then. Okay.
Is it not?
No.
It's even worse. It's good to see you back, Dan.
Sorry, mate.
It's been a while since you've been on it. It's nice to see you back and getting back fit and healthy again.
Well, I've tried to do a few lives. I've been pissed on most of them, which has helped me to end up doing a 5 or 6 hour live. I'm starting to feel tired now, so I'll probably end this one about midnight today. So
yeah, don't ever do it, fella. While you're in the boat you are, we all want you back healthy rather than pushing it and doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, no, it's nice to get back involved with the community, as in the live streams.
Yeah.
So
I think a lot of folks missed you. That's the point I'd make, I guess. So good to see you back.
Thank
anyway,
you.
So your previous caller, talking about all the wrongs in the world and what's going on right now. I have a few thoughts around that, I suppose.
Okay.
Sort of share. My gut feel is. Over the last couple of years, as the coronavirus thing has kicked in and everything's kicked off, there's been a real shift towards fascism from many of the governments around the world, many of which we thought were kind of, the bastions of democracy.
Yeah.
And we see what's going on in Australia and that kind of stuff. It's quite shocking.
Yes.
If you've done your homework and you've read a little bit of history and you've kind of understood what happened in pre-war Germany and how they kind of caused division amongst the community while they were off doing their nasty business. I kind of see a lot of similarities between what went on then and what went on now. And I really do find that shocking. I think possibly what I find even more shocking is probably the 80 or 90% of the population who will do anything they're told by the government and will just follow like sheep and don't actually realise what the implications of their actions are. The kind of compliance and the unthinking subservience to everybody's demands just has shocked me, really shocked me. But my gut feel, here's what I think is happening. if we look at the effectiveness of the governments around the world, you've got Joe Biden, who really should be in an old people's home. I mean, I'll be honest, I feel sorry for him. You know, I mean, a guy with that kind of condition at that age, should he really be put through all this? I mean, it almost seems cruel, doesn't it? You know, but it shows that clearly he's a puppet. There's no way he's making any decisions. Nobody's letting him make any decisions. He's just a puppet at the front. You know. Then we've got Boris, who's been proved to be a liar in court a couple of times. Who got prosecuted for perjury when he lied in court. And the guys, I mean, you know, how many times do we have to hear about his flat being redone and the party in Downing Street and all the, you know, the duplicitous stuff that's going on there. And we look at the fact, I mean, this makes me absolutely laugh, but the fact that we've got Liz Truss as our foreign minister, and she's now butting heads with Putin. I mean, this is the woman who had an absolute squeeze on the cheese exports market, you know, and it was embarrassing back then. But now she's going up against somebody who is way, way above her league. Yeah. Which again shows this is just puppetry and it's not real. You got Keir Starmer, I suppose. If you didn't know he was in Labour, you'd put money on the fact that he's a Tory. Look at him, and it makes me think this is what I think is happening. They realise that late stage capitalism is here. Yeah. They realise that the populations around the world are starting to put up a fight against constant use of resources, constant, you know, kind of corporate monopolies, constant lobbying agendas and all the influence that the corporations have with governments. And I think the governments can see that they are under threat. The democracies of the Western world can see they're under threat. So I honestly think what's happening now is a devised, intended plan to cause some friction amongst all the population. So to give us something to fight each other against, you know, so whether it be, gay people or black people or whatever, you know.
Well, Dan, this is I've been saying this for months. It's the way that society's been broken down. First of all, years ago, and again now, even though for years there's never really been that much of a problem until more recently. Then they've started breaking it down into blacks versus whites again.
And poor versus rich, and those who have who haven't. Reducing public services. Exactly. So we're all you know suffering for that.
Even to the point where they've got LGBT that are fighting against each other.
Exactly.
You break everything down into the smallest, you know, groups that you can, and everybody's fighting.
But that's by intent. I think that's by intent because they want us occupied doing that while they're in the background siphoning off all the public money into their own pockets. I mean, look at what happened with the PPE contracts and you know everything else that went on there. It's absolutely diabolical what goes on in government and the amount of money they hose off to themselves. So I think this is all by intent, and I think they can see end stage capitalism is coming. And I think I don't know. There's a couple of folks in the chat that are into crypto and that kind of stuff, but I do think that crypto offers us a great opportunity. I've been dabbling a little bit myself for a couple of years. Came across something this year that was really, middle of last year that was really quite exciting, and I've got my leg in a big way.
Okay.
Crypto that's being launched in a couple of months has pointed out that this will be the first time can separate financial power from military and government power.
Somebody's trying to stop you speaking. Every time you spoke then about the crypto, it started cutting out.
Oh, did it? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. It was just every now and again it was cutting out just as you was talking about the crypto.
I do apologise. So what I was just going to say, this new crypto that's launching in a couple of weeks. There's a commentator on it that noted that this is the first time in history that people can separate military power and government power from financial power. We can take the financial control ourselves. Yeah, I think that's very exciting. So I do think this is all by intent. I don't think this is by accident. I don't think that the society is going downhill just as a subsequence of evolution and evolving societies. I think this is by intent. They're doing this on.
And I agree.
The more we fight against their agenda, so we should stop fighting against each other and start fighting them.
We should, but the thing is, the person who says we shouldn't fight against each other is then looked at with suspicion.
Yeah, and they want that as well. They want that.
You say, look, we can get on together. We don't need to fight against each other. Let's just accept us for everybody for who they are. And somebody look at you and go, what's your fucking agenda? You've got a fucking agenda here, mate.
I think that's how it works out for the rest of the population. I think we all do want to get along with each other.
Yeah,
it's them that are causing the division. It really is, you know. So I think that we are seeing, I think, the beginnings of the end stages of capitalism, and I think they know it, and that's why this is happening. You know, so I like the idea of ditching the banks and taking financial control ourselves, and then that puts us back in power. You know, what's particularly interesting is I met a guy through this crypto thing who, like me, stood for Parliament back in 2010 when the whole expenses scandal kicked off.
Right.
And me and him are talking about possibly, you know, working with others to try and come up with a plan that would make a difference, you know, would really upset the apple cart with the mainstream elites.
Sounds interesting.
Let's cross our fingers. It might be a year or two away, that, but yeah, something quite I suppose radical would be the word I'd use for it, but it would be a completely different way of doing things. You know, I've been listening a lot to the Russell Brand stuff, you know, where he talks about societies coming together and forming local communities and managing things locally and having devolvement from central government. And I think that is the way forward. So we'll see. But anyway, thought I'd share my thoughts.
No, obviously, always nice to speak to you. Always nice to hear your views as well. I just wanted to change the subject a little bit. Lost Souls Paranormal has said, give this caller my phone number.
We had this before, didn't we? About the voiceover stuff. I've since done about 4 or 5 corporate videos.
Well, she said something else there, which I found rather amusing, but I've lost it.
I'll look back on the comments. I haven't been watching the comments.
Where is it?
But
I'm not going to use that word. I'm not going to use that word. I don't know. It must be 7 or 8 minutes ago.
Okay. I'll scout back there at some point. I'll let somebody else hop in for now. I don't want to hog the show, but it's just great to see you back, Dan. I think I will say in times that I think we're witnessing, folks like you and channels like this are just vitally important so that we can all share our thoughts without government censorship and clamping down.
We still get censorship. We might be able to get it out at the time, but unfortunately, because of censorship, a lot of my videos will get flagged as an 18 plus or something because of what we've discussed, and then it won't get promoted to anybody, and the more 18 pluses I've got on my channel, the less any of my videos get promoted to anybody. So literally it's the only way to find my channel is to either search for the name in the search bar at the top, or occasionally one of my videos will pop up in some, as a recommended video, but very rarely. And
it's the algorithm again, isn't it? It's designed to keep us away from each other.
Yeah.
So, and we've got to be conscious of that. I think if we do find ourselves being completely oppressed on public platforms like this, then we have to find alternatives to keep the conversation going. That's really important.
Oh, definitely. As I say, I mean, my whole thing about this channel is letting people have their say. And I know this isn't anything to do with the police that we talk about on the live streams, and I'll try and keep it separate now. It wasn't the plan, but I'll try and keep it separate now, so at least we can try and appeal to a slightly different audience when it comes to the live chat compared to the normal stuff I put out. But if you don't give people the chance to share things, and to talk about things, it ends up driving people underground to discuss their things.
Yes, and that's what they want. They want us separated. So like you say, share your story, whistle blow, talk crap, call me names. Brilliant. That's it. Perfect, Dan. It's very much appreciated by the rest of us. Thank you.
No worries, my friend.
I'll leave you to it. Have a good evening, my friend, and I'll catch up with you soon.
And Happy New Year to you as well.
And you too. Cheers, Dan.
Take care.
Take care, mate.
Bye now. Bye. Right, Lost Souls Paranormal. Will you behave yourself? Jesus. Absolutely terrible. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello. Hello. Who's this?
Hello. It's Hayley. I was hoping to speak to Dan.
Hello, that's me.
Hello, Dan.
Hello.
Are you live at the moment?
I am, yes, and so are you.
Oh, hi. Hi, everyone. I just thought I'd give you a call and say hello.
That's absolutely fine. Could you do me a favour? Can you turn the sound down in the background, please? Because it it tends, when you're listening, you tend to listen for that as well, and it causes a bit of a delay. So thank you.
Yeah, and I don't want to hear my own voice back because I don't like my own sound of my own voice. So I'm currently isolating at the moment.
Okay.
Days in isolation. My daughter's got this positive for COVID, so myself and my daughter stuck in a house together.
Have you had it yet? Have you tested positive for it at all, or is this a very recent thing? Is it very recent she tested positive? As in the last couple of days?
She tested positive on Tuesday.
On Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah, but because I haven't been double jabbed,
right,
I have to isolate for 10 days.
Okay, and you've not noticed anything yet? I'm not sure what the incubation period is, to be honest, off the top of my head, but you've not noticed anything yourself yet?
Bit croaky, bit of a cough at night, but then I put that down to smoking too many cigarettes, to be honest.
Yeah, probably. No, the reason I ask is just out of curiosity, because my sister on New Year's Christmas Eve, get there in the end, on Christmas Eve, in a family group chat, she said that she might not be able to go and see my parents. She said that her son, or one of her sons, had tested positive, but she tested herself and she hasn't. And I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. She said, oh, but I'm jabbed. I said, it doesn't make sense though. Jabbed or not, you'll still catch it. You'll still pass it on.
Yeah.
It makes no difference to, you might turn around and go, oh, I'm not going to come and see you because he's got it. But you could have it, not know you've got it because you've had the jab and the symptoms are less severe, and then go and pass it on to somebody thinking that you're absolutely fine. If you believe in that, in that, if you believe everything that's been said, so to speak.
I suppose what comes into play now is, obviously I live in Wales,
right?
And if in Wales you're with someone who's tested positive for COVID, if you do a lateral flow and you're negative and you've been double jabbed, you can continue to work.
But again, it doesn't make sense to me. Sorry, go on, carry on.
It doesn't at all. And I've still got to lateral flow every day. And if I still am negative, I've still got to isolate for 10 days because I haven't been double jabbed.
Right. How much do the lateral flow tests cost you?
Nothing. We can get them for nothing.
You can get them for nothing. Okay. I don't know, because I don't do any of that. To be honest, I don't none of that stuff.
I work in a care home, so I have to do it for my job.
Oh right. So you get it free from them. Is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, I mean, I understand. From the point of view that you're working around people that are most vulnerable. If you're working in a care home, is it an elderly care home? You mean?
It is. Yeah.
So I get that. So I understand that. Do you know what I mean? And I'd never, as I've said before, if you heard me earlier, I never mock people for having to get a jab or doing a test or wearing a mask. I don't mock people for it. I just want people to explain to me why. And I understand in your situation, you are working around the most susceptible people. It still may not be a huge number of them that are dying of COVID, etc., but it is they are the most vulnerable group.
But what's bonkers is all the people that have been double jabbed that work at the same place can continue to work, provided they have a negative lateral flow. And even though my lateral flows are negative, I have to isolate for 10 days because I haven't been
jabbed.
Double jabbed can continue to work. That is, to me,
it's crazy. Absolutely, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's almost like they're making it up as they go along.
And I was contacted today by Track and Trace. So I've got to go and have another PCR tomorrow, and it's just they tell you then what your isolation period is when you come out of isolation, etc., etc. But so yeah, here I am.
I don't know how they work.
Delivery.
I bet the recycling men love you, don't they? All your Amazon boxes.
Yeah. Well, luckily I've got a coal fire, so I can get all the rubbish burned. But
that's handy.
I've ordered a desk.
Right.
And it's coming. It's the wrong one, and I've just messaged Amazon and said I need to get. I said you've sent me the complete wrong desk. This is quite funny. I find it funny anyway. You sent me the complete wrong desk. I need it by the 11th because I've got to do a GDPR course.
Right.
And I've got COVID, so I'm hoping the desk's all right. Actually, I put it together. It's not too bad. It's just the wrong one, so I'm hoping that I get it for nothing.
Right.
Because I've told them I'm isolating.
Well, you've got COVID.
They're not going to want a desk back, are they?
Well, no.
Someone who's got COVID.
This is the thing. You know, what people seem to forget as well is that, you know, we're getting stuff put through our post. We're getting things delivered. We're getting our shopping delivered. Anybody could have touched any of that stuff, and they could have had COVID.
Correct.
Somebody could have walked around the shop, coughed on something. Then the packer comes along, picks it up, puts it in your bag, takes it, you know, delivers it to you. So in theory, I would suggest every single person in the world should have had COVID by now, unless you're living on one of these backward tribes that live in the middle of the Amazon. You know, but they don't. I mean, I've had nothing. I've had literally absolutely nothing. I thought I had something the other day, the day before I went into Liverpool. So that was Sunday night. I think it was Sunday night. Yeah, it was
Monday night. It was, I believe.
Oh, I can't remember now. But I felt awful, absolutely awful. I was coughing. My nose and my eyes were streaming. I felt I had like cold shivers. Hot, like feeling hot but shivering. I had all that stuff. Went to bed, didn't even take a paracetamol. Went to bed, woke up next day, fine, no problem. You know,
right.
And I've not shielded. Yes, I do swerve people if I see them wearing a mask, simply because I respect the fact that they're wearing a mask because it makes them feel safer or whatever. So I'll swerve them, no problem. But nobody's had an issue taking my card payments off me, taking my cash payments off me, me handing them things, and them handing me things. You know, so it just doesn't.
And a lot, I think. Where we are, a lot of shops in the beginning were preferring their preferred method of payment was by card, so that you weren't handling cash.
Yeah.
But they're not bothered now. Give me your copper or tip on my copper out. You can have that.
You got a few places that still run by the left waffer, that are.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're still taking card payments only. Like Pizza Hut, for example, I believe they're still only taking card payments only. You know, and lots of other places that are still doing that, and again, you just ask yourself why. If we was going to catch something,
to be honest,
go on.
If that was the case, they wouldn't have my business.
Yeah.
If they were card only, you know, because I've got an elderly mother, and everything's in cash with my mum.
Mm-hmm.
Cash for everything, and she likes to go and see things before. She doesn't like buying online because she can't. Got bad eyesight, she can't see, etc.
Right.
So if somewhere would take cards only, then I would refuse to give them the business. But just on principle.
Yeah.
The Pizza Hut's not that exactly a big loss, is it?
Well, no. I mean, the shops I go to, none of the shops I go to local to me have had a problem since the beginning. You get a lot of the small places. A lot of people are going, the Chinese restaurant or the Chinese takeaway takes cash. The reason these little places like that take cash is because otherwise they've got to pay card fees, and that eats into their profits. So they've got to look at it that way. They don't want to go out of business, so they keep taking cash. But these the bigger corporations, they don't seem to care because they're making that much money anyway.
No.
You know, they pay for for cards. You know, if you only buy something for a couple of pounds, there's a charge that they have to pay if you pay for it on card. It's like the local shop to me. If it's less than £8, they get charged for taking a card payment.
Yeah, I know, that's wrong, isn't it?
But the big stores don't care about that because they make so much money. They've got such a foothold. And especially with the whole COVID thing, so many people have had to go to the larger stores rather than the local ones. You know, and they're taking everybody. Yeah. That's why so many shops and so many businesses have closed down over the past 2 years, because they've lost so much business. Whilst Amazon, don't get me wrong, Amazon's great. I mean, I've had 71 packages delivered in the last 6 months, but we won't go into that.
How many?
71.
I had a lot.
Actually, no. So 723. 74 now. Actually, after Monday. So yes, but the bigger companies don't care because they know that they're getting the custom that the smaller companies that are losing their businesses are losing. So they're making more money. That's what everybody has seen. Everybody in these big companies, everybody in government, they've all seen massive increases in their personal wealth over the past 2 years, and it's disgusting. While the rest of us are suffering.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed massive increase in prices going up for everything, even from £4 of milk. The price has gone up in the last sort of I don't know. I'd say within weeks, everything's gone really expensive. But it is what it is, isn't it? They're trying to claw back some money now from all the losses, I suppose.
Yeah, they will do, and
but
it won't be long before they put taxes up again.
Average Joe suffers, don't they?
Yeah. It won't be long before they put the taxes up again, to try and get some money back, even though the money's sitting in their bloody accounts. You know.
Yeah. Well, I noticed the other day, packet of tobacco's gone up by £1. Right. I mean, that is absolutely shocking. That is shocking.
Well, New World Order. I think it's. Is it?
I can't get as many things from Amazon because they put the price of baccy up.
Yeah. I think it's is it Australia that or New Zealand, one of the two. They're thinking, or they've already done it. I can't remember, about making it illegal for anybody born after a certain date to buy tobacco.
50.
So.
Oh no!
No, it's young. It's younger. I think it's anybody born after like 2000. Fucking, I don't know, 3 or whatever it is, are not allowed to, and it's illegal, or will be illegal to buy tobacco. And you know, where are they going to get the taxes that they're losing on that? Where are they going to reclaim that from? They're going to reclaim it from us, from our work, from the money that we're earning through work.
Yeah, I've just spoken to my friend actually who lives in Australia, and she's just said to me that if she hadn't been double vaccinated, she was going to lose her job. Yeah. And they're going to make it that you can't go anywhere unless you've been vaccinated. And her family in particular, like, they didn't want it. The dad's like, no, we're not having it, blah, blah, blah. We'll do different things if any of us get COVID, but nah.
We get forced
into it. She didn't want to lose a job.
Yeah. It's
wrong,
coercion.
Isn't it?
Coercion. If we'd done that to somebody...
You don't have to have the flu jab if you don't want it.
If we'd done that to somebody, we'd get arrested. If we coerced somebody into doing something they didn't want to do, we'd get locked up for it. But, you know, again, the police the police are not there for the public anymore as they used to be. It is a political corporation that is there to keep us under the boot, shall we say. And they do a good job of it as well.
Anyway, Dan.
Go on.
Anyway, how are you?
I'm all right.
How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm okay. I'm tired, but other than that, I'm okay.
Yeah?
So, yeah.
Good. I should just check in and see you.
Always good.
I'll shoot off now and let someone else have a chat.
No worries. Well, I need to go to the little boys' room anyway. So I'll put everybody on hold.
I'm glad you said it in the polite way, and I'm glad you only swore at me once.
I didn't swear at you.
Only joking.
No,
I know you didn't swear at me. I know, I'm only joking.
That's right. But no,
nice talking to you.
Appreciate your call.
Go
Thank
and relieve
you.
yourself.
I'll speak to you soon.
Take it easy.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Right. Little boy's room it is. I shall be back in, where is it? Just a minute. Young, free and single, Lost Souls Paranormal. I didn't realise you were single. When are you coming back up to try my helmet out? This one, I mean. You haven't tried this one yet. Oh, excuse me. You've been single for over a year and I'm still waiting for you to come back and see me. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Is it a Thursday? Oh, is it a Thursday? I didn't realise it was a Thursday. See, this is what happens. I lose track of time. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, who's this?
It's Terry.
Hello, Terry. You all right?
How come I can see you on the TV on the screen and your lips not moving?
Because there's a slight delay. There's a slight delay on what you're seeing on the TV compared to us talking. Us talking is almost immediate, but there's a slight delay on the screen watching the stream.
Okay. I've been following you right from the beginning.
Oh, cool.
Right from day one, I've been following you.
Right.
And I've seen things you've gone through and you know, shit like that.
Yes.
But thing is, I don't know what I'm going to say. I didn't think I would get through to you, to be honest with you.
It can be difficult. Sometimes I've got call after call waiting to get through, and it can be difficult to get through. So I apologise. I'm glad you've tried to get through, and you finally have.
Yeah.
So
okay. Yeah. Of course. What I'm doing, I'm looking at the TV monitor, and I'm seeing.
Oh, no.
So I'll have to look away from the monitor because I'm looking at the monitor. I expect your lips to move and you're so far apart.
No, I know.
But anyway,
go on.
my point is, let's change the subject. Just change something. Do you believe in UFOs?
I believe there's something else out there. I don't believe we could. Well, I don't believe we are the only living thing in the universe. I've never seen anything that
no, I haven't.
That suggests. See, for me, it's like religion and it's like ghosts. Okay, like God, for example, or Jesus. I've never seen anything that conclusively makes me believe. Ghosts, I do believe, because I've had experiences that I cannot explain any other way.
Oh, you do believe? You did start off your statement was you didn't believe, but you said you have seen ghosts.
I believe in. I said if you take God and ghosts, God, I've never seen any proof that would make me believe. Ghosts, I've seen and experienced things that make me believe because I cannot explain them any other way. UFOs. I don't know what to make of it because I've never seen anything myself. I've seen stuff. I've seen the stuff they put out a couple of years ago with the Tic Tac, what they call a Tic Tac craft. It was the Navy that caught it on camera. I can't explain it, but I wasn't there to witness it myself, so I can't say one way or the other for sure.
Yeah. I think what it is, it's society and the government and everything else. There's more to life than what they're telling us.
Yeah.
Hell of a lot. I believe in the history before the Great Flood. I mean, the Great Flood did happen because all through Scripture, all over the world, always talked about the Great Flood.
Yeah, they all do, don't they? They all do. But what one of the things as well is from documentaries that I watch. I watch a lot of documentaries with regards to the flood. Most or a lot of the written stuff about floods happened way before, thousands of years before the Ark story.
That's where it started. I mean, yeah, and I think there was I believe. I mean, there's so much evidence to back this up. I believe before the Great Flood, there was a global civilization.
Right.
There's so much. That's what I'm saying. We are lied to so much about our past.
Yeah.
So we are lied so much, and you know what's the sad thing about society with this disease? This COVID bullshit. It's like now only people with COVID, they believe in everything what the mainstream media says.
Yeah.
And the newspapers. Why? All through our 10 years, we think newspapers and fucking the news are a lot of bollocks because we know the bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I went back onto the COVID bit. But I'm thinking, I lost my point, my last little point there. So I've got on a bit of a rant in my head.
No, it's all good. You've got a lot of people that are now taking everything the mainstream media say as gospel. Whereas, as you say, for a long time, everybody knew that the media lied. Maybe not on everything, but they like to bend the truth slightly to fit certain narratives. And everybody seemed to know that, but now everybody's kind of regressed into this
people start to think now.
Ultimate belief.
To think.
They are, but people when this whole COVID stuff started, everybody slipped back. It was like they regressed into this whole belief system around the media. But yet we knew, and we still know, that they don't give us all the facts. And when the media uses percentages, one thing...
And people are starting to wake up for... I believe, some people are starting to wake up because I hear a story now. People I know, good friends of mine, and say, I'm not having the booster jab. It's just... They're questioning it now.
Oh yeah,
a lot of people are not having the booster jabs now.
Yeah, I follow Hull online, as in Hull, as in the northeast. on Facebook, and they posted something today or yesterday saying, would you have a fourth booster, or would you have a fourth jab? And I've gone through the comments and I've responded to some people. One person goes, as many as it takes.
Yeah.
So I questioned him. I went, as many as it fucking takes? Are you mad? And I sent a pincushion as a picture. Sent him a pincushion. But I mean, again, I don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking people for feeling the need to have one. But what I knock is people's the thought process they've got behind it. You know, if it's a ridiculous thought process, I'll take the piss. You know, you take piss out of me, I'll take piss out of you. I don't care. But I won't knock their belief. But when they've come to their belief through some warped thought process, and sometimes people need to be shocked and mocked into realising what they've said is a stupid thing.
That is absolutely. You articulate that brilliantly, because I was in the pub earlier on, and somebody's there. He's sitting there, and he's had the double jab, and he's got the booster and all this, and it was the same thing. I said, "Well, he got COVID." I said, "Well, he got really bad COVID." When he said, "Yeah, but it only lasted 6 months. The jabs." I said, "What are you going to do then? Stop jabbing yourself every 6 months?"
Yeah.
That's what I said to him at the bar. I said, "You're going to just keep fucking jabbing yourself, pumping that shit in you every 6 months."
Yeah.
And he didn't really say much on that one.
It's madness. You know, if the government had used this sort of propaganda on other health issues years ago, then society would be a lot healthier and probably be able to fight off any infections a lot better as well. But the fact that it went through that phase of everybody getting antibiotics for pretty much any problem, which then goes on to produce super bugs which are immune to the antibiotics, to the point where, you know, nothing that they can create can fix it. But if the government had turned around 20 years ago or whatever and said about obesity and heart problems and cancer and this, that and the other, and put all the money and resources that they've put into this COVID into those things, exercise, we would have a society that is so much more healthier than it is now.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
It just makes me wonder why they, you know, it makes you question why haven't they done it for other stuff that would make the entire nation healthy, rather than now, when, you know, when you look at what's involved, you know.
Well, you mentioned the word cancer. Before I had cancer, I believe truly believe that there's a cure out there for cancer. I've always believed in it. Yeah. Now, 7 years ago, I got cancer. Right. I'm actually still going through it. I've had, I've had thyroid cancer, but anyway, they cut my neck open.
Right.
And I've had 6 weeks of radiotherapy back in summer, August, and the shit they pumped into me, each shit, every year for the last 5 years. I've been operated 5 times, and every year, and one ENT specialist said to me, he said it could be the treatment what brings the cancer back.
Yeah. And
every year they treat me, and every year it comes back. Now, I'm not going to say I'm dying, but I've just had all the counts is back, and I've just had a CT scan the other day. I've got another scan tomorrow morning.
Right.
But I'm thinking to myself, it's poison. Anybody suffering cancer out there, what they give you is fucking poison. It's poison.
A cancer, from my understanding, and I'm not medically trained, but cancer, from my understanding, is a mutated cells in your body. That might be a very basic explanation, but from what my understanding is, it's to do with mutated cells in your body. Now, excuse me, if your cells are mutated, then there is a high chance then they're going to react adversely to many different things that your normal cells wouldn't. And I understand that they give you medicines that have been tested, etc., etc. But as I was trying to say to Crinkle the other day when he was on here, there is nothing. All the money and expertise that's gone into cancer treatments, cancer research, and all the rest of it. You think about all that money. There's got to be 10 times more money gone into that than has gone into COVID. Okay. All the research, there must be 10 times, 100 times more research into cancer than COVID. But yet they was able to pull this out the bag after 6 months to a year for COVID. And yet we're all still waiting for cancer, a cure for cancer.
It seems to be a global, percent to stop it from happening. Bloody, what's the word? Yeah, but it's just, yeah, you're right. What you're saying, it's just fucking bollocks.
But it doesn't surprise me at all if what you're saying is true. Okay, with regards to you have. If there's a cure out there for cancer, it means that nobody's going for cancer treatment. And to make money, you need people keep coming back. Okay, any business to make money, you need people coming back. All right?
Basically, what you're saying, pharmaceutical countries. Oh, I've had a drink.
That's right.
But they make money through. They don't make money from curing diseases. They make money for treating it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so in order to make money, you have to keep going back. It's the same as a prison system, which is why the privatised prison system doesn't rehabilitate anymore. It wants people to come back so they get more money. It's the same, in my opinion. It's the same as medicine.
The treatment of cancer, a bit of Mount Fermin. I call it Mount Fermin. It's a cancer hospital. And when I'm in the hospital, many times I've been. They're living fucking dead.
Yeah.
The drugs are putting it, and I've not lost my hair and anything like that, but I've been sick for it all. But some of them, a lot of them, it's like the fucking zombies living dead.
Yeah.
And that's what they. And I look and say, what all you can do. Cancer research has been going on for 115 years.
Yeah.
Cancer research. Billions each actually in the cancer research each year in the UK earns make about 3 billion, or something between that sort of thing, and that's donations. So it's like I see the living dead. I think this is a piss take.
Yeah, but you think about the people at the top of and look this up yourself. I don't know exact figures, but the people at the top of cancer research and the other charities for that matter get paid like £250,000 a year for a charity. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Even if you paid yourself £100,000 a year, that's more than 90% of the people in the country, and put the rest into it. I mean, it's not going to make a difference. That small amount, £150,000 extra might not make much of a difference. But as I say, it concerns me that they've been working on it for so long and they've got nowhere. Yes, they've apparently. Crinkle said last week that they've come out with something for one cancer.
Like Judge Judy said, if this doesn't make sense, it's not true.
Yeah. But, this whole thing to me, and I didn't think of it at the time. I don't know if you was watching last week when Crinkle was on talking about it, and he said to me, "Oh well, why would somebody come up with a cure for cancer for this particular cancer if they're trying to hide it?" Well, it's the carrot, isn't it? Dangling a carrot. People have noticed that nothing's changed in 115 years or so with cancer.
We're talking about a pandemic right now.
Yeah.
Look it up, Google it. 450 people die every day of cancer.
Oh yeah, and
every day,
and
every day.
It's heart disease. Heart disease as well is higher than any COVID death at any point in the last 2 years. People with diabetes is higher. The death rate is higher than at any point through this pandemic, so to speak. This is taking everybody into account, everybody around the world where it gets recorded, having the shits, There are more people dying of having the shits, and there has been throughout this whole pandemic. Okay, so it's proof that it's not as bad as being made out. There's proof there. If they're not doing something about cancer, if they're not doing something about heart disease, if they're not doing something about diabetes and diarrhea, then why are we so bothered about COVID?
I know. It's just wrong, isn't it? The whole fucking system is wrong.
Yeah, and it makes you question. It makes you question everything. Well, it makes a normal person question it. There's a lot of people out there, unfortunately, that aren't. As you were saying, there are more people's eyes that are opening. The post on Whole Live that I was commenting earlier, lots of people saying, I've had 2 or 3, I'm fucking not having another one, no way. The last one's made me feel like shit, I'm not having another one. Or, lots of people who are coming round and realising that the amount of people that are actually dying is minuscule compared to many others.
The pandemic we have today is cancer.
Yeah.
I'd leave it at that.
And it's going to get worse as well, because you think how many people have missed their cancer treatment or diagnosis.
Do you drive a car?
Not at the moment, I don't know.
But how old are you, can I ask?
I'm 43.
43?
Yeah.
Right. When you was younger, you drove a car. What age did you first start driving?
I started driving when I was about 14.
Okay. Do you notice when you was younger, driving a car in the summer, you always have to put your windscreen on and off because the bugs and all that hit the windscreen?
Yes.
You don't do that anymore during the summer driving?
I've not really noticed, to be honest.
Yeah. Think about that one, because my brother told me that the other day, and I thought, bloody hell, that's so weird. When I was younger, all the bugs and all that, and flies, always through the summer, you always have to clean your windscreen. But now you don't. Pesticides and all that killed all the fucking natural buggy things.
You're going to make me pay attention to that now. Sorry, I just need to respond to someone in the comments just very quickly. Mickey Mouse, thank you. Listen, you don't need to do super chats, as often as you do. I appreciate it, genuinely do, but you don't need to. Thank you. Obviously, I don't want to be ungrateful. And I understand with regards to, I don't really know what was going on in the comments, but I get that. I understand that sometimes, things can piss you off and you get emotional over it and stand up for yourself. Totally understand that. The only thing I can say is if anybody's in the comments and they see somebody they don't want to speak to, then all you got to do is block them and just ignore it. Just ignore them. I want this to be a place everybody can come to and not feel like they're being targeted or picked on or anything like that. And if anybody does, then the best thing to do is, as I say, is to block them and ignore them. And if you feel that you're being targeted to a point of harassment, then there are steps that you can take on YouTube to do that. But I understand it, but anyway, thank you, Mickey Mouse, appreciate it. Sorry, caller, I do apologise for that. Just wanted to thank him for a super chat.
No, that's really good. No, that's fine. Thanks. I'll let you go because I suspect there must be other people wanting to talk.
Well, I'm going to be wrapping it up any minute now, anyway, because I'm starting to feel tired. I mean, I'm rubbing my eyes because I'm getting a bit tired now, but still trying to recovering from Monday's outing.
Yeah, and it's been brilliant to talk to you. I'm so glad I spoke to you. You've made my day.
Thank you very much for calling. You said you was a first time caller, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because I listen to you all the time. See, I'm not sure.
Right. Okay.
I think I am.
Well, I genuinely appreciate your call. Thank you very much, and feel free to call in
take care.
any other time. You too. Look after yourself.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm going to take one more call. Hold going to take this one more call. Hang on, I recognise this number. Hello?
Cool. Save the best till last.
I'm sure I recognise this number. Did we speak earlier? Yeah.
I just have to jump in because right now, where I was on the chat earlier on, I popped out to get a drink and come back, and it caused so much shit. Come in for your dinner, blah, 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 blah. What she doesn't realise is I've got a bit of a man cave going on here. Mickey Mouse will know. I've got about, for 6 or 7 people, I've got about 7 months worth of food. So I'm sat here now. I've sniffed out my microwave. We'll have chili con carne in a minute.
Right.
And then I'm going to sleep on the sofa out here. This is what we soldiers do to support the right things.
Oh dear. Sorry, one sec. Paul G, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Sorry.
Yes, yeah, you guys have good donations tonight.
It's been nice. Again,
and that goes to show that you're appreciated.
No doubt I'm going to get accused from the haters of something or other, but there we go.
Are you going to let it bother you?
But I say normally I'll get into the comments and I'll give them what for, and I have been. Sometimes I suppose I'll tell you what it is. Sometimes I feel that even though I know that person's opinion means fuck all, and I know that lots of people go on and stick up for me and back me up and whatnot, and if they agree with the other person, they'll say it, and I appreciate that as well. But sometimes I think that I need to clear the air sometimes. I mean, I wanted them to come on and speak to me on here, which clearly they haven't got the bollocks to do, even though no doubt they're sitting in the background listening and watching.
Keyboard warriors.
They're calling me out all the time. I've looked at their YouTube channels, and all they do is they slag off auditors. They grab their videos and they make these little videos of their own, and slag them off all day long. I'm not an auditor. I don't do audits. I've done it twice in 3 years, and that's it. It wasn't for me. But there's nothing about me on any of these channels, which I'm glad about. Don't get me wrong. But yet they want to come over and start slagging me off in the comments. And it just sometimes it just makes you feel that you have to sort of clear the air with the people that are watching, in case anyone's getting the wrong idea, if that makes sense. So, but anyway, fuck them.
No one's getting the wrong ideas. When I said to you earlier on, remember, everybody that supports Dan, that's number one, and look at the number ones that came up.
Yeah.
Well, you don't really need no insurance. I know you're feeling a bit doubtful because you're letting those trolls ride you right now, but just brush it aside. I'll send you a few skins, not 4 skins. and so, well, if you want those, you can have those if you want. But just thicken up, Dan. Just thicken up. Because look, you're a good geezer. You just be kind in some of the ways you are. You're very caring, very loving, and you just like me. I like to look at everybody's points of view. But there's some out there that just can't be helped. Just take that on board, right? Just carry on what we're doing. Carry on what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because what do they say? If it ain't fixed, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm sat here in my man cave tonight. Dished out my microwave. I've been locked out of the main house. I've next what alcohol I've got left, and I've used that glass as a receptacle to put my chili con carne. I might have mushroom soup afterwards. So you've got the life of Riley. You have got the life of Riley.
Oh, I could do with a man cave. This is kind of my man cave, but sometimes.
No, but you haven't got no witches coming in there giving you grief and telling you not locking you up in the main house before you've had dinner.
No, that's true. I did have one not so long ago pour a hot coffee over my back and steal my mobile phone.
I remember that.
That's another story.
It's okay. But listen, have a really good night.
Yeah, man.
Come back soon. Do not take the bollocks from the others, right? You've got a big fan base.
I'm certainly not going. One thing's for sure is I'm not going anywhere. I will always be here, and I will continue to do what I do, and I'll keep pushing myself to get back to a position where I'm giving you guys some proper content again.
Best do. Good. That would be the thing that people would say, oh, he's falling for it, and I know you're not stupid. You're a smart cookie. Don't look. We all have our moments in life, but we kind of like doubt ourselves. You've had that moment. Move on, crack on. You've got the good support from a lot of people on here.
Yeah.
Don't let that change.
Yeah, man.
All right, and that's it.
Understood.
My food, did you hear that microwave there? Beep, beep,
I
beep.
didn't hear it.
So
no,
now I have a pint glass to go and eat my dinner. Anyway, have a good evening.
No worries. Enjoy your grub.
Speak to you always.
Enjoy.
Take care, mate.
Take it easy. So, mate. Ta. Right, Mickey, because of your super chat, it's showing at the top of the live chat at the moment. So I will stay on until that goes, because I feel that if I don't, then I feel a bit fucking cheeky. You giving a super chat and then me pissing off. So I'll stay till at least that at the top disappears. I think that's fair. Oh shit, it's disappeared. No, genuinely, it's disappeared. Okay, I will stay for a little bit longer. If anyone else wants to phone in, numbers on the screen: 01515289590. Again, share your story, whistleblow, talk crap, call my names, talk about fucking, I don't know, talk about bunions on your feet. I don't care. Let's just get the convo started. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hi, Dan. It's Janine.
Hello, Janine. You all right?
Yeah, not bad, Joe.
Jolly good. Not so bad, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of have a little bit of a vent off. You know, I don't know if you remember all those problems that I had with a certain person, sort of going back last year and God knows what.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, she's still giving me a lot of problems. I've been listening quite intently to I can't remember the guy's name, the caller that's like phoned in, and yeah, I agree with all the stuff what he said, like about trans people and that kind of thing, you know.
Yes.
And bearing in mind this person's trans that's been troubling me.
Yeah.
The police, I've got to be honest with you, the police don't give a damn. Right.
Yep.
I've had my mobility scooter written off by this trans person on Christmas Day, and the police have been round, had a look, and they said, "Oh, we can't do anything about it."
Yeah, because we'll look bad. Because we'll look bad. That's what's going through their heads. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And then today I went to the police station, separate matter but same person, and again different officer said, "Oh, we can't do anything with this." So even though I took evidence with me to give them, they even turned away all the evidence I took with me, like, to give them. I'm like, well, why the devil do I bother?
Well, one of the things you can do, you'd have to ring around to some of the solicitors in the area. But one of the things you can do is what's it called? Civil case. Now,
that's what I'm looking at doing.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down that route.
See, if you do,
probably not.
Sorry, I was going to say,
probably not tomorrow. I'll probably do it Monday.
If you do manage to do that, and a judge in a civil court turns around and says, "Yes, we've seen your evidence," bearing in mind, evidence in a civil court has less of a threshold than it does for criminal court. In criminal court, it has to have a high threshold of evidence. In a civil court, not so much. Okay, in a civil court, you're hoping that that the judge is using their common sense rather than law in that respect. But if the civil court says, yes, this person's been harassing you, yes, this person has committed an offence against you, then you can take it back, and then you've got the evidence from a court in order to take a criminal case as well. So it's just a pain that we have to go through it this way. It's just a pain that they want us to.
Yeah,
they want
but
to try
then
and stop us.
I found out today as well that the officer who has got vested interest in this person, he was supposed to have been removed from all dealings with me and her, and then I found out that he's not been removed at all. In fact, he's still dealing with everything. He's still the main officer in the case, and he shouldn't be. So that's something I'm going to take up with professional standards as well.
Conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't want to do anything about it. Maybe he's got something he needs to hide. This copper.
I think so.
Without saying too much, maybe him and the you know what I'm saying without me saying too much.
Yeah. Because I've been sort of talking to a certain other person from Southend.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention his name because all the legal stuff he's got going on at the moment.
Yeah. I know what you mean anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, but without him, I'll be honest. Without him, I'd be at a complete loss. But he actually came to the police station a couple of days ago, and I told him I was there, and he goes, "Oh right," he goes, "Wait for me, and I'll come and join you."
Mhm.
And he did. He was as good as gold. Bless him.
Yeah. Again, without saying names, to be careful. He can get a bit excited sometimes, but I think when he was there to help you. So in that respect, he's going to keep himself under check.
Yeah, that was the video that I sent you through WhatsApp. I don't know if you had a chance to have a look yet.
Probably not. No, I wouldn't have. No. Hang on
I didn't think so, to be honest, but it's a good, I think it's 20 minutes, half an hour video, but there's a couple of classic clangers in there, and it's just basically, I was standing waiting for a friend, and I thought, I'll sort of mess about and do a quick sort of checking the police cars out, that kind of thing, Not really an audit as such, but just standing there quietly minding my own business and see if they come and said anything to me. And, that if you've got a light out on your car, they'll pull you over and nick you £100 or so in 3 points on your licence.
Yep.
Well, and this is no word of a lie, but police car going in to the compound, he had a brake light out.
Right.
So I've done a decent thing. I've gone in, gone to the gate, tried to speak to them. I said, look, you've got, excuse me, you've got a brake light out there, and just poo-pooed, basically.
Yeah.
And then I've just carried on waiting for another few minutes. Police car comes out of the compound, no blues and twos on, no lights, nothing, no headlights. And bearing in mind it's 4:30 in the afternoon.
Right.
And it's nearly dark. It's like, duh, why have you not put your lights on,
Because it's
And he drove off up the road with no bloody lights on.
There's one rule for us and another rule for them. And the thing is, they've had such a long time to to learn how to bend the rules, shall we say. And so many people see them bending the rules and let them get away with it. So many people assume that what they do and how they behave is normal, even though it's not. That they get away with a lot of stuff, which is why I always say, if you see somebody that, when this kicks off out the front of mine, I'll go out there with a camera. I won't get involved, but I'll go out there with the camera in case something happens. Then I've got it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know the woman personally, the one that keeps getting arrested. I don't know her personally. She does have some issues of her own, which is fine.
Yeah, I saw some of your videos. With her, poor thing, bless her.
But if I can capture something on video and it is then later used or can be used to help her, then I'll do that.
Exactly. I mean, that's all I want to do. Is to try and help people, where I can. And like you say, if you can catch something on video that's going to help the person, then go ahead.
I mean, let's
whatnot, you know.
Let's face it. It could even help the police in some respects. Do you know what I mean? Now, I'm not against helping the police if there's something that they need help with in certain situations. For example, if a copper was out the front here, if I saw a copper dealing with somebody and I started filming, and the person that they pulled over, you know, we'll use this as an example, attacked and killed the copper, and I caught it on camera. Something like that. I wouldn't sit on. I couldn't. Morally, I couldn't. I would have to put that in as evidence, and that could help a copper. But also on the other flip side of it, as I say, we need to be helping each other. We need to be supporting each other in all these situations, whether we like the person or not. It doesn't matter who the fuck it is. If they're having an interaction with the police, we need to try and film it, try and get some kind of record of it, because it may be their only evidence that they did no wrong in that respect, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, but like I said to, I forget who it was now, I think it was my mum. I said to her, like, a few days back, I said, we're talking about corruption within the police service and whatever else.
Yeah.
I said, but you've got to look higher up the food chain, and then you'll see where the corruption's coming from.
Oh, yeah, shit.
And it's travelling down the food chain.
Shit rolls downhill.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Somebody gets a chief of police position. The behaviour that I mean, this is the same thing as when I was working in sales. We had to teach people to be as good as, if not better than us. If we didn't, we ended up it got shitter and shitter and shitter and shitter and shitter as you go down the chain. And the people, you know, the newer people that weren't being taught properly, we had to let them go because, you know, not through their own fault, but through the fault of the people that were training them, not training them properly.
Yeah.
When it comes to the police, they won't get rid of them. You know, they'll teach them. They teach them how to cover this shit up.
But it's like the thing with the government. That's what I'm trying to say, is where the corruption started. It's within the government chains, and then it's come down, like, down through the ranks, and then you're going to get your average Joe, like PCSO, whatever, the lowest of the low sort of thing. And that's where the buck's sort of going to stop.
You know, when the police force was introduced, when it became a main thing, not just like the Bow Street runners and that, but I'm talking when it became like a national thing, the person that was put in charge of the police was a member of Parliament. Okay, so you've got, you know, we all know members of Parliament are corrupt. So you've got somebody corrupt being put in charge of the police force, and don't get me wrong, it's taken a long time to get this bad, but it does. What happens is even the crime commissioners these days, they're not just members of the public. These are like councillors and things like that. They work for the local. They work for the local government. So you're getting somebody into a position that should really not have anything to do with the government. Should be a completely separate entity, and it should be run by members of the public. Should you know? When I say members of the public, somebody of good standing in the community is somebody who should be running it, not somebody who has been taught all their lives how to lie and manipulate things. It should be somebody who gets the job, who understands what it's like to be us and where we are. Understands, you know, the law is the law. What's wrong is wrong. What's right is right, and we don't make what's right wrong just for our own purposes. And unfortunately, that's what we see all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, another thing, I'm talking like many moons ago when I was actually security officer in Essex County Hall. The chief of the council then, what's his name, Lord Hanningfield. Yeah. I always had like this niggling suspicion about him. I thought, I don't know what it is about this guy, but there's something about him that I can't quite put my finger on, and I don't like.
Right.
And it was only when, about 6 weeks after I left to go to another site, that it turns out that Lord Hanningfield had actually been looking at and downloading sexual images of youngsters, and he was allowed to keep his job. While the police was investigating him, he was allowed to still keep working.
Well, with regards to the local governments, they have over the years they've managed to again create their own policies that benefit them.
Exactly.
So when it comes to somebody in a local government that is being investigated by the police, they are not allowed, as far as I'm aware, they're not allowed to get rid of that person until, or even put them on suspension as such, until they've been charged. So even if they're being investigated, they can step down themselves, but they can't be forced out.
Yeah.
So, and I know that because there was a situation up here in I think it was Wigan, a local councillor who worked in one area, got caught, similar thing, images of children, and he ended up changing his name, moving to a different area, and joining the government there, to the local council there, and he got found out, but he was allowed to stay until the investigation was concluded. For me, anybody that's in a situation of power, which these people are, should be suspended immediately upon any accusation like that.
It would be just like you and I, if we were to go into work, bearing in mind maybe an office or something, and we were caught with these images on the computer that we were using in the office, we'd get pack your bags and
that's right.
Off.
Absolutely.
It should be the same for these government people, honestly.
It should, totally agree. But again, it's because they've been allowed to get away with so much for so long.
Exactly.
Everything, the council is there for us as the public, okay, but yet everything is hidden from us. Nothing is transparent unless they want it to be, and even then, they only make it transparent what they want us to know. And as I say, we pay them. They are our public servants, and they should be working for us and being there for us and helping us. And in order to do that, they need to be transparent and open and let us know what's going on. But
that's what they're forgetting, because they're public servants. The public are their bosses.
Yeah. Oh, they hate it when you say that.
Yeah, don't they? Just God. You tell them no, you work for us. They go, they'll start cringing back,
absolutely,
wanting to concoct things that aren't true usually.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Anyway, Dan, I'm going to go because I'm getting a bit tired, and I know you are as well.
I am. To be honest, I'm trying to stave off the yawn so I don't look rude whilst I'm talking to you. So I do apologise.
Don't worry. You can yawn if you want, mate.
Good. I can't stop it now.
I think you're doing. I think you're doing really well, to be honest.
Thank you.
And I'm proud of you, as are many of your other watchers and subscribers. We're all proud of you and glad you're on the way to recovery.
So am I.
Yeah.
As I say, I find myself with a lot of time on my hands, but tired most of the time.
Yeah.
And once I can get through that and get back in front of this computer on a daily basis and
but don't push yourself too hard.
No. That's why it's taken me a while. That's why these lives.
Don't push yourself too hard, please.
That's why these live streams. Excuse me, here I go again. That's why that's why I'm doing these live streams to try and get, to try and get back into things. I'm still.
Talking about live streams. How's that chap that knocked himself out the other day? Do you know?
I believe he's okay. I have spoken to him, or he has messaged me in a comment and said that he's okay.
Oh, that's good.
He said he's sorry for being a bit of a dick. He had a bit to drink and whatnot, but he was excitable. He was, he'd had a drink. Yeah. Yes, he was excitable, and regardless to, I mean, let's not forget that everybody's allowed their own opinion, and what he was shouting on about live free and all this, that, and the other, and that's entirely down to him.
Entitled to his opinions.
But he was getting overly excited. He lost his footing, landed on his face, which I'm surprised didn't split him open, to be honest. That was a hell of a whack.
But you was the first one to go and attend to him. I mean, Marty and that just stood there like.
I think people were shocked. I mean, first of all, I was shocked trying to figure out what had just happened. And then he rolled off of the block onto the floor. And obviously somebody needed to see if he was alive. So I had to go and see, but he got up a bit quick, I think, and went off. I think he could have ended up with some concussion. I really wanted to make sure he was okay. At one point, I ran down to the rest of them.
Concussion can come on like. Days later.
Yes, yeah. Well, the guys that he was with, after this happened and they started walking off, and I ran down to them. It's on the video. I ran down to them, and I said to them at the time, I said, look, just keep an eye on him, watch his eyes. He might go quiet because he's had a drink, but every time he goes quiet, get him talking again, and make sure he's okay. Anything that you think is unnatural for him, then call an ambulance or something.
Exactly.
Pete Globe, yes, you can ask me a question, mate. Yes, sorry.
That's all right.
So as far as I know, he's okay.
That's good.
Just a bit of a bruised ego.
No, I'm the one trying to stifle those yawns now. All right, Dan, you take care, yeah?
Yeah, you too. All right, speak soon. Bye now. Bye. Right. Okay. I was gonna call it a night, but now I'm not. Hello.
Hello, mate.
Hello, who's that?
Hi, it's Carl. Yeah, it was great meeting you the other day in town, Liverpool.
Oh, was that you? Was it? Yeah. How you doing?
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I've just been watching it. I thought I'll ring up and because I said, didn't I, when I seen you? I used to watch your show years ago.
Yeah.
And I said, oh God, you're back on, and then I seen you was on live. And I was just about to go to bed, and I popped on. I seen Mickey Mouse was in the chat there. He goes on Rob's channel.
Yeah.
And then I thought, all right, I'll ring up. Just before the lady or the fella before. And then I heard you talking about it, and I thought, God, this is going to be a lady, because I was there one night.
It was, I mean, what can we say about it? Do you know what I mean? I mean, it was a hell of a whack he gave himself.
I seen it, as well. I seen the full thing, and I just went into shock. Fair play to you for getting down here. I thought it was you and Marty, but I forgot it was Marty and Torbs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, you and Torbs. Sorry, you was the main man. No, you was like the paramedic, mate, on that one.
Somebody actually said in the comments, as the security guy, doesn't the security guy know about the thingy position? What's it called? The fucking recovery position.
Yeah.
So whoever it was has obviously not watched the video, doesn't watch the channel very often, just seen me wearing the high vis and thought I was a fucking security or something.
trained well in survival and that, wasn't you, mate? You jumped into action.
Yeah, just 1 second. Pete Globe would like to know, have I sold much unvaccinated sperm lately? I tried to sell some on Monday to Goldsmiths, as in the video. At the moment, Molly, Proving Molly or Lost Souls Paranormal was the only one that picked up on that and mentioned it in the comments. I don't know if you was there at that time. I went to Goldsmiths in Liverpool 1 and I called the security guard out and I said, listen, I've heard that jism is worth a lot of money if it's clear, if it's clean, if it's unvaccinated, and he was like, what? I said, man juice, cum, sperm. I've heard that it's worth as much as gold these days if it's untainted.
What did he say to that?
Do you want any? Well, I think the manager came to the door as well once he saw a few cameras. Obviously, they shit themselves, so he's come to the door as well. And I mentioned it to him. In the end, they both sort of turned their back on me and walked off. But it's in the video within the first sort of 5 or 10 minutes. I think it is on the video. It's in there. It was quite amusing.
I didn't even know what you said as well. I was at the back having a roll with Alison.
Yeah, as I say, I don't even know why I said it, to be honest. I was just walking past and I just thought, oh, and it just came to me. So I just said, so I just came out of it. Yeah, just asked him, do you want to buy any of my unvaccinated jism?
I think that'll be a first for him to you. He's never had that one before. I don't think he gets asked that every day all over the counter.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, what I wanted to say was as well, do you know the lovely lady and guy who was there, who went to meet you and was having a talk?
Say that again, sorry.
You know the man and the lady who was there, who was with you having a talk, who'd come down to meet you.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I felt awful, mate, because I asked you, I thought, God, look, you've not had a chance for the cuppa, so I asked you for the cuppa, and then I asked Marty, and then I asked everyone, and then I never went back round to them, mate, and asked them, did they want a cuppa? And well, if you see them or tell them, just tell them, I don't even think I asked them, I just missed them out, and you know after they've gone off,
I'm sure they understand. I'm sure they're here somewhere.
Okay,
watching.
well, just tell them I would have loved to have bought them a cuppa. Do you know what? I have to get going there to show them which way to go.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you noticed on the video, I walked back because I badly wanted to be with you and Marty, But it was like when my daughter met the tweenies, right? And she wanted to stay with the tweenies, and then I was like that, but I want to stay with Marty and Pat. I want to have a proper little buzz with you.
So, just remind me, what's your username on here?
Carl, yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, Carl, yeah.
Is that your username?
Yeah, Carl Foster, yeah.
Right, okay. Somebody's just asked, says, help me, who is the caller? He wasn't sure who you were, so...
Yeah. Well, it used to come on years ago, but I've always fancied calling in. And then after the scene, and I said, I've always wanted, and you said, well, yeah, you should call in.
Yeah.
And I did, mate.
Oh man. So yeah, it was a fun day out, especially at the end of it when we went to the pub. I've got to say, quite enjoyed that.
Do you think it would have been all right coming with you as well?
Well, it's a bit late now, isn't it? We've been.
Talk about me to leave the city like yeah, it is a bit late now. No, I just didn't know whether it was overstepping my boundaries or what. You know what I mean?
No, I mean
it was all good.
Look, I've got no issues with people coming to meeting us and saying hello and all the rest of it. Do you know what I mean? I think his name's Danielle, and I think it was Mick or Mike. Who came, the two that you was talking about a moment ago. They popped in.
They were nice.
Yeah, they popped in to see us, and Spence as well. Who's in the comments at the moment? I think he came down and popped in to see us as well. So it's nice to meet people in
a different environment.
In a more relaxed environment,
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, it got me out the house. I haven't been out for ages as well. So, and I've been on a bit of a buzz about things as well.
Yeah.
It must have been shocking for the lady, whatever, I forgot the name now. It must have been shocking seeing that as well, mustn't it, as well?
Yeah, well, I can't believe how many people in one day that we sort of bumped into that were subscribers and whatnot. I mean, most of them were subscribers of Marty's, I've got to say, which hurt my feelings, considering it was the town I live in.
Are you localised as well?
I live up here, yeah.
Oh, God. So it'd be great to meet up again another time. Anyway, I'm not far myself. But
sounds.
Yes, let us know if you ever do anything again. We'll catch up on it, mate.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's plenty of ways to get hold of me. All the information's in the description of all my videos.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, and I like the...
Sorry, go on.
Oh, yeah.
No, go.
I like the topics you covered as well. Like it's stuff I can go on about myself with you as well. It's good little topics. So start joining in the chats a bit more.
Yeah, well, I mean, the main thing of the channel is about public officials that do bad things. Okay, when it comes to this, when it comes to the live chat, when I started doing live chats a couple of years back, I didn't really have a sort of focus on the live chats. It was just a case of talking about whatever. And then I started doing the phone-ins, and people started phoning in, and we picked up any subject, and and I think that's a good thing. We have the main part of the channel, which is the videos, and I do public officials and stuff like that. But these live chats are a bit more personal, and I think to give people the opportunity to speak about whatever's playing on their mind, whether it's public officials, whether it's something in the news, whether it's a personal issue, whether it's a mental health issue, it makes no difference. It gives everybody a bit of a break, and it gives everybody somewhere to go if they want to talk to somebody. And and I like to think I'm pretty easy to talk to.
Yeah, you are, mate. I noticed that straight away when I met you. I just instantly saw you was a nice fella. I just thought, don't have your notice to come over close to you straight away and talking to you straight away.
Yeah,
you just got that nice approachableness.
So as long as you don't piss me off, I'm all right.
Yeah. I like your little message on the bottom as well. I have to say, call me names or anything. What have you got at the bottom? I can't remember now.
Yeah, share your story, whistle blow, talk crap, or call me names.
Sounds a lot really good.
We got listen. If you can't laugh at yourself, then
I love it.
Then you're probably a lefty.
Some people can't. They'd rather go purple than laugh at themselves, wouldn't they? With pain.
Oh, fucking hell.
I tell you what, one corruption thing that happened to me, but good few years. No, it was in lockdown. Like I was going through. I was getting a train from Warrington. This corruption with the rail on the Liverpool Street.
Yeah.
And the first off, they sent us on the wrong train, and we got one. And it went past our stop and went all the way to town. So we had to get another train back. And what it was, he said, oh yeah, we paid for that ticket. Then he said, oh, you'll have to buy another ticket. And I said, oh, can't we just get on the train? And I said, well, no, you'll have to get on. And charged us again. I said, well, I'm not too happy about that. I'd like to complain. And then when he said you complain, they made us fill in something. They're filming us on the body cam.
Yeah.
They made us fill in something. Then sent us a fine in the post instead of it. They said, this is so you can get your money back. Did it nothing. They said, you pay this £15 each, otherwise you get you've got to pay the bill of the train.
Yeah.
You've got to pay a fine. And if you don't pay that, it's thousands of pounds. And Alison, because she's worried like terrible.
Yeah.
She paid it that quick. And the maid I had trying to get anything back off them, even just to admit they were wrong.
I'll tell you what gets me, right? If you genuinely miss your stop, which happens, it genuinely happens. If you genuinely miss your stop and you get caught and you say, look, I've missed my stop, I should have got off last stop or a couple of stops ago, and you're willing to go around the other side, get on the next train and go back the way you've came, you shouldn't have to pay. You're only pay. Remember, you're only paying if you're using the transport to go somewhere where, further than you've paid for, and you don't intend to go further than you've paid for. Yes, you have, but you're willing to go back the other way. It's not costing anybody any more money. You're not costing them any more for you to get on the train. It's like if I'm going to town anyway and my next door neighbour wants to go, jump in. It's not costing me any more.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
No, economically the same, innit? You know what was though, Patsy? They never even stopped at our stop. It shot past all the stops and went straight to Lime Street.
Right. Oh,
and,
yeah.
It was an express train, and I asked them to stop there. First, he sent me to Newton Willows because there was no trains on
right.
Warrington. And then I asked if that's the train, and he said, yeah. And then it went all the way to Lime Street, and Alison's panicking at this time, having a bit of a panic attack because she wanted to get home bad at that time, and then when it went just past all the things.
Yeah.
And we got there and thought, we'll go and see the people to see. And it was a big trick. The woman in charge was Aura, she was. I got all the badge names and that on photo, but I didn't know about getting the camera in her face. I didn't know about subject access request.
Yeah.
But I did ask them for the cam, and it was a con. They were sending me to the finance place, to the Royal Mail, Royal Transport place, bouncing it back and forward, and it was just a con. And he was saying, no, you're all right, you don't have to pay nothing. I said, well, no, you have to give me my money back for paying the fine thing.
Yeah.
And for me, no, it was just a con. Letters are done was ridiculous.
Bunch of tossers.
Yeah, it's picking on people with mental health as well, you see, it's just not on.
No.
Must be doing it all the time to loads of people, especially kids, who don't know what to do and stuff, frightening them.
Yeah.
Yeah, what she done when she got off, I said, well, I'll be making a complaint, and she's just done this sly little wink, big good luck with that. And I just thought, she must be high up in there, and she knows that she can't touch her.
A lot of them are a bunch of wankers.
Aren't they, mate?
Absolute lot of them.
Yeah.
Right, my man.
Okay, my mate. Nice talking to you, eh?
Listen, Andrew, it was nice to meet you the other day.
It certainly was, mate, yeah. And Marty, I was made up to you, and it was a pleasure. Yeah, what a fella, mate, sounding. All right, my mate, you look after yourself, eh?
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah, take care, bro.
Take it easy. Bye, mate. Bye. Right, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but that is it for tonight. Oh, excuse me. I am going to get into bed shortly. That's not a vision many of you want to see. I know. I realise that. But I am cream crackered now. Again, great range of topics that we've discussed. Thank you to those of you who have supported through the super chats, much appreciated. Mickey Mouse, I genuinely don't know what was happening in the chat earlier. I leave people to say what they've got to say. I think it's important that people say what they've got to say to each other. The only time I have to sort of step in a bit is if it's a constant barrage against one person sort of thing, and I don't recall seeing that. I don't think in the chat. So I hope you're okay. Anyway, I know you said you was gonna get off, and you're still here, which is good. I'm glad. If anybody has issues in the comments, excuse me. First thing to do is obviously the block button. The second thing to do is if somebody carries on, there are actions that you can take on YouTube in order to get that dealt with if that's the route that you need to go down. But really would like to try and keep, arguments out of the comments where possible. I know it's not always possible, but if we can, then that would be great. The next live, possibly Sunday. It's normally Sunday. Tonight was a bit of a. I thought it was a Wednesday today, hence the name of the video, which I'm going to have to change. I actually genuinely thought it was Wednesday for some reason, even though I took my bin out earlier, and I only take the bin out on a Thursday. So work that one out. This is brain farts for you. Excuse me. But yeah, I suppose I should change that. I wonder if I can change it now while I'm on here. Let me say. Oh yeah, I can. Let's change it now to Thursday. Thursday night chat. There we go. So chances are, I'll be back on Sunday. It's not 100%. It's not guarantee, but the chances are I will be. And oh bloody hell. Oh, Jesus. And until then, I'm going to wish you all good night. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for your support. Don't forget to look after yourselves, look after each other, and film the po-po. All right. Take care, people. I'm out of here.